Grand Touring presents the October Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. This is the 2025 MARRS season finale. Championships will be handed out this weekend. Edwin Pardue, Brian Donati. Brian's not here.
That's right.
Brian's at home with a bad back.
I'm the one who always calls everybody Brian, by the way.
Greg Ginsburg here. And Greg, as you see, doing double duty because he's on mic and director. Brian, hope you're feeling better with some back issues. We miss you. We'll see you back here real soon. And what a turnout. You can tell it's a championship weekend. Our first race, Group 1, our small bore group. 37 cars went out earlier today for qualifying. Big field. So let me give you kind of what's going to happen for the weekend real quick. Today, everybody will get 15-lap heat races. And then tomorrow will be our championship races. Everybody getting 20 laps except for Brackett and Greg. They're going to do two 10-lap races tomorrow for that Group 3. So you kind of see the lineup for today and tomorrow. And at the end of the day tomorrow, that's when we hand out the hardware for 2025 championships here. And it's been a great season so far.
It has been a great season. Lots of great weather to basically bring us that wonderful racing. And great turnouts in so many classes here. Let's do this, Edwin, if you don't mind. Let's bring up a quick look at Summit Point Raceway, our host for this weekend's activities.
So you see nestled here in the Shenandoah Valley, just across the line. You see turn 1 there, just barely in the state of West Virginia, Jefferson County, West Virginia, but long front straightaway into turn number 1. Outbreak somebody into 1. We see some great passing there. Turn 2. If you can stay driver's left, now look what happens when you get to 3. You've got that inside line. We'll see a lot of passes there. Down the chute to turn number 5. That's that tightest corner on the track through the carousel. And then once you come out of the carousel, you begin accelerating all the way up to turn number 10, the final corner. Again, sets you up for that long run back down to turn number 1.
Yeah, indeed. This, as we talk all the time, Edwin, this is a track where you've got just wonderful flow here. I mean, you've got a very challenging set of very tight, twisty corners down at the bottom portion of the track. Not the crack, but the track with the carousel. You've got these straightaways. There's really something for every type of race car here.
And there are multiple passing areas depending, especially in class racing today. You know, this first group, this small bore group, quite a few different classes in there. So what's nice is occasionally when you catch some out of class traffic, you have to be patient, but there are multiple places where you can get through. Let's go ahead and give you the starting lineup. They went out for qualifying earlier today. The 2 STL cars on the front row, Bristow, Virginia's Deacon Greenfield in the 32 car, the 182 out of Christiansburg, Virginia. That's Ted Cahall. Yeah. Row number 2, some F production machines. Fred McConnell out of McKinney, Texas in the 23, Graham Fuller from right here at Summit Point in car number 22. Row number 3, the 69 of Jeremy Butts, the Maryland driver, and then Greg Witt. He's the third fastest STL Super Touring in the 104. H Production, led by Mike Kelly in the 86. He'll go from 7th spot, and Brian Price in the 51 car starts alongside. Row number 5, that's Dan Rolfe. Dan in the 88, and next to him, Scott Witt, another STL car, car number 8. Going to row number 6, Michael Apatoff in the 121 car, Bob Connor. He's in the Legends car, number 9. He will go in 12th place. Let's see, in row number 7, Michael Palazinski in the 152 car, and next to him, Griffin Witt in the 06. Bob Cahall, he'll start 15th. He's in car number 178, and then Bill Gartner in the 07 car next to him. Row number 9, Bruce Shelton in the Pinto, car number 11, and Michael Arendosh in the 33. Row 10, that's car number 4. That's Kevin Conlin, and then Kevin Gaiman in the 113 car. Row number 11, that'll be Jennifer Romes in the 186. Alex Cumming in car number 24.
And by the way, we'll likely have some onboard views from Alex Cummings' Courage Motorsport Mazda RX-8 here today as we've got our drivers starting to head out for the first of 2 pace laps, Edwin.
Big field, so they'll give them 2 laps so everybody can get in the right spot. Going to row number 12, Keegan Manning in the 00. Ben Foltz next in the 08. Row number 13, Michael McQueen in the 27. Miranda Price is in the 108. Allard's Machine will start in 27th. Alex McBain in the 75. Is that another camera car?
We're supposed to have an in-car camera from Alex. Do not have it online as of yet.
Thomas Hunt will go 29th in the 106. And then Carlos Schooler in car 111. There's Spike in the 35 car, and then David Mapes in car number 14. He's in one of the other Pintos. Then Guy Pavaggio in the 04, Drew Erie in car number 16, and the rest of our field, the 101, Hudson Williams, and then Adam Witt in the 84, Dylan Witt in the 184. And again, heat race, everybody set in the field for tomorrow's championship. These are all 15-lap events, and again, they're saying 2 warm-up laps because they want to give the field, get everybody off grid, on track, and then let them get nice and tight for the start. And then that's up to the starter on the starter stand. If she likes what she sees, green flag will wave. Here's the important today, especially a big field like this. This is going to determine what your day looks like tomorrow. If you're up front in class, you just want to kind of protect what you got. If you're buried deep in this thing, you're like, okay, any car that I can pass today is a car that I won't have to pass tomorrow.
Exactly.
Working down the hill into that turn number 5. That's, like I said, the tightest corner on the track, the left-hander before the carousel. And once you start coming off the carousel, you start putting gas on.
Feed it in more throttle.
Yep, and you're doing it all the way till you get to the braking zone at turn number 10. There they are off the carousel. Pace car leading them around. Beautiful weekend. Now, I will want to mention, especially while it's quiet in the paddock area, they are expecting some heavy winds here this evening. So while we got a quiet moment, just want to remind everybody, secure your pop-ups. Anything that could blow away might blow away this evening. So while we've got a moment before we get too busy, just when the racing's over today, just be mindful of what the overnight could be. They're calling for some heavy winds. So just be sure you secure your paddock area so that we're not chasing pop-ups around in the morning. Tomorrow, we'll just have to wait and see what the weather gives us. You see the pace car going past the entrance to pit road. So indeed, 2 warm-up laps here.
And so, Edwin, we had the camera for Alex, probably not Alex McBain. We still haven't received that yet. But for Alex Cumming in the Mazda RX-8, I'm going to bring it on screen here for a moment to show you. We've got a very nice view of the door bars and his cage. Unfortunately, not seeing much out the window of Alex Cummings' race car. So hopefully we'll be able to get that fixed for tomorrow's race, tomorrow morning.
We'll get with him on the break.
Yeah, exactly. But,
so there they are now. This time they'll start getting, once they come out of the carousel, that's when they start trying to figure out how to double file. If you're new, you've not been with us before, you're just out YouTube searching. Well, this is the SCCA. This is the Washington, D.C. region. The Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, this is the season finale, which means these drivers have garnered points all season long, and some of these races are tight. I know H Production has a good field.
Yes.
That race is particularly tight for a championship.
And I believe STL, Super Touring Light as well, and having Deacon Greenfield, who just came off a 7th-place finish at the SCCA's National Championship runoffs at Road America, in a very good spot, obviously, as the overall pole sitter for this class. We also have some very notable appearances here this weekend. Running now in, I believe, in 3rd position, our 2nd row, Fred McConnell in his production Mazda Miata, has not raced here in the MARRS series, I think, for maybe 8 or 9 years. He used to race in Spec Miata. Good to see him come east from Texas. And then in the 4th position is going to be Graham Fuller out of Summit Point, West Virginia. And Graham, former national champion in GT Light, driving his Toyota Tercel. Again, he'll start on the outside of row number 2. And one person, and he's a little bit further back in the field, that I have not seen race here since 2004. Driving what is now a Touring 4 2001 Chevy Camaro, Guy Pavaggio, who used to race that car in what was known as Showroom Stock B in the early 2000s. And definitely a sight to see. It is a V6 Chevrolet Camaro. As the pace car now heads to the pit lane, Edwin, and Deacon Greenfield in the number 32 STL Super Touring Light Honda CRX will lead the field now, pace the field, coming through turn 10 and onto the front straight, where our starter will look over the field and green flag is in the air.
Here we go, down into turn number 1. The front 3 rows still side by side. Greenfield will have the advantage on the driver's right going into the corner. Again, Cahall on the outside. Greenfield, he'll make it stick into turn number 1. Let's make sure everybody gets through turn 1 clean. That's a big field, 37 cars scheduled to take the flag, and now Deacon has lost that lead spot. In fact, may fall all the way back, maybe lose another spot. We'll see as they now head up the hill. They go to the highest point of the racetrack right there before they begin to dive back down into the chute. This is the first lap. 15 laps. It sets the field for tomorrow's championship races, which will be 20 laps. We are green here at the October MARRS. 1 car, 2 cars off down the chute, and several cars collected there. Let's see if everybody's able to continue. They're at the back of the field. If everybody's able to continue, we may be able to stay green here. Everybody's pulled away except one.
Yeah, and I think that one that hasn't pulled away, that is the Alex Cumming Mazda RX-8 machine, whereas it appears that everybody else has been able to get through. But here, and we'll see if we go to a full course caution or if we stay just local caution. But opening up a huge lead to start this race is Ted Cahall in that blue number 182 STL Mazda Miata, as he's now opened up almost 15 car lengths on Deacon Greenfield, the second car in that class. But Greenfield having some major issues on the start as Graham Fuller in his GTL Toyota had a wonderful start, was able to get those slick tires lit up very, very quickly. But now Greenfield manages to get ahead of both he and Fred McConnell in the F production Mazda Miata, and should mention now that with Graham Fuller in that Toyota, Edwin, that Toyota now with GT Light, at least at a national level, being merged into F production, Graham Fuller is running in the same class as Fred McConnell there. So that is a battle for the lead in F right now, as McConnell has the upper hand coming out of the carousel.
You saw in that last shot, that car that was sitting there was able to be self-cleaning.
Yeah, so he managed to move it, yeah.
Yeah, back on Greenfield for just a second. That's a great job by Deacon to actually rally back there into second spot, because he was in the clutches of falling all the way back to possibly fifth place.
Yeah.
And he did a nice job. Not the start he wanted, but it could have been a lot worse. So Cahall in Super Touring Light, McConnell in F Production, Butts in T4, Bob Connor in the Legends. I wanted to go back and see, where are we with that H Production group, because that's one we talked about earlier. That was a tight race, so we'll pick that one up in just a little bit.
Yeah.
So Cahall continues to lead. These go by quick if they stay green. They are fast because they're only 15 laps. There's Connor in the Legends car.
Yeah, indeed, as he goes through, and I think we'll be picking up the front of our H Production race here, coming towards turn 3 momentarily. A lot of the STL Miatas, but take a look. I'm looking for Mike Kelly. There is the MG Midget a little bit further back, and again, we'll try and pick up this H Production battles. We've got more tire smoke in the air as drivers are still trying to get some heat in their equipment, Edwin, whether it be their tires or their brake pads going down into turn 5.
I couldn't see, but Kelly might have been involved in that first little incident in the chute, because he's now fallen way back of the pack. In fact, he's back now running 34th. And we need to see if he's actually come back on pit. But Kelly, who started in the lead for H Production, has now fallen way off the pace. and in fact may not be on track. We'll double check here in just a little bit. So not the start that he wanted here as the leaders complete lap number 3. It's still Cahall, Greenfield, and McConnell, your top 3 overall. This is our heat race 4. Group 1, this is our small bore class.
All right, and Jeremy Butts starting to make up ground as well, Edwin, here in the black with yellow number 69, Touring 4, Mazda Miata, currently running 4th, and next Touring 4 driver about 15 positions back. So he's set up in really good shape there in class.
Lead group up and over the hill. You see him using every bit of the racetrack. 2 tires off to the left, and you'll see, especially when we go Spec Miata racing later, that gravel for those guys just ends up being part of the racetrack. There's Bruce Shelton up and over the hill. Shelton in the Pinto. That's a long, proud tradition here in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, and those guys have, I think there's 3 or 4 of them here this weekend. They have more fun in the paddock than anybody else here. That is for sure.
That is for sure, in what they call Pinto Alley. The GT Pinto class, born out of the older GT3 Pintos at one point about 25 years ago, not classified so well in the class. So here in the Washington, D.C. region, their own class created, and Bruce Shelton and his late father, Bob, some of the hugest proponents of the class. And still running, again, as you mentioned, with, I think, 3 cars here this weekend in the class. We also have David Mapes running with us, Drew Erie as well. Matter of fact, there's Drew Erie making his way up out of turn 8. And we'll see him coming underneath the bridge here momentarily as he is running with and very close to one of our H production machines there, the H production Porsche.
Cahall had that huge lead. Actually, Greenfield has reeled it in a little bit. It's down to right at 5 seconds last time by. So whatever Greenfield's issue was at the start, he seems to have gotten that kind of back under control. So, yeah, make it right at 5 seconds here. Next time by, they'll put lap number 5 on the board. That's overall, and that's Super Touring Light. Again, Cahall and Greenfield lead overall. Fred McConnell there in F production, leads F production. He's 3rd overall, early stages here of this heat race. Let me go back and check on the car of Mike Kelly. And yeah, it looks like Mike has gone, he's off track, I am assuming, in the paddock area, because only 1 lap completed. So he's got some work to do tomorrow.
Yeah, indeed. As we're now, again, as you said, 5 laps in. Let me make a first call to the grid, Edwin, if you don't mind. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 2. Open wheel and prototypes, please head to the grid. Open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Go through and just give you leaders in each class. We've talked about Cahall in Super Touring Light, Fred McConnell in F production, Touring 4, Jeremy Butts in the 64, Palazinski in car number 50. Let's see, and then Connor leads in the Legends E production, Dan Rolfe in the 88 car. Big Super Touring Light field here today. And then let's see, there's Jennifer Romes. Let me see. So it's Michael McQueen now, the 27, who's taken over the lead in class in H production.
Well, we'll see if we can track down McQueen's H production MG midget out on track here and see, it already here as we're just 5 laps in, though, Edwin, our leaders starting to work their way through the back of the field already. As there is a lot of, we'll call it congestion out here.
McQueen's got a pretty good gap back to 2nd in H production is McBain in that Honda Fit. So they're 1-2 now in H production. Third way through this race.
And I'm going to move up a little bit because I just saw there is the McBain Honda Fit coming through turn 8, which means a little bit further ahead will be the MG midget. And actually, let's see if we can stay on this little battle here with the Honda Fit, with one of our, I believe, STL machines now trying to make a pass there. And as you said, right now in H production, as they head down towards turn one, McBain currently running second in class.
Yeah, and that was Brian. You see the shot
Brian
here.
Price in the
Brian
51
Price.
machine.
Yep. So Price will make that out of class. 2 cars there. Price in the Super Touring Light, in the Miata, McBain in the H production. So that's a pass overall, but not in class. McBain still's got some room to try to catch up to the leader there, McQueen. Now, McQueen, about 11 seconds is the gap between first and second in H production.
All right, and I keep trying to come up to the green H production midget, and what I end up coming up to almost every single time is Elliot Golden out of Mineral, Virginia, in the number 72, the blue H production MG midget, the 1972 midget here, who used to work for a touring car team in Louisa, Virginia, called Rooster Hall Racing. And this is his very first year racing cars, not only with the SCCA, but in general. And he's doing quite good right now there in class.
I remember meeting Elliot probably 12 years ago. He just a young kid, well, still a young kid, but even a younger kid back then, and was so excited about what was going on with road racing in the region. And when I was out here earlier this year and saw that he was behind the wheel of a car, that's somebody who chased their dreams and made it happen. There's Bruce Shelton, that orange machine.
With Jennifer Romes in her Touring 4 Toyota 86 just ahead.
Go back up to the overall. Cahill now has extended that lead back out. It was down to about 5 seconds. They go by reset time and scoring. Let's see what the gap is back to Deacon Greenfield. Deacon had it down to about 5 seconds. And now Cahill has extended it. In fact, he's doubled it now, a little over 10 seconds. That's the battle between first and second overall and in Super Touring Light.
All right, and we'll try and track them back down here in just a moment as we watch now coming up towards start-finish line. There is that Mazda RX-8 that we talked about a little bit earlier, Alex Cumming, who was the last car to, with that early incident going down into turn 5. He is on a bit of a recovery drive now, trying to make his way through the rest of the field.
Hopefully he wasn't reaching down the floorboard to fix his camera.
No, that may be, but now that we think about it, that might be why the camera is facing down. Let's jump over here, Edwin, if we can. I'm going to get him coming down into turn 5. This is that battle for the lead in F production with Graham Fuller and Fred McConnell in the Toyota and the Mazda now, and we'll pick them up as they come through the carousel. There's Deacon Greenfield running second in Super Touring Light, and here comes that battle for the lead here in F production as Graham Fuller just in the last 3 corners. Now you can see how strong that Mazda is down at the bottom of the course as he is now opened up about 4 car lengths. But here is then where that Mazda will come back to the fore. And that is on the long straightaway. We'll likely see Fred McConnell start to close things down as they come onto the front straight here. But at this point, I think McConnell definitely out of the draft to that Toyota.
They started side by side, third and fourth. Again, battle in F production. He does reel him in a little bit here. You see they're into turn number 1. Cuts it to maybe 2 or 3 car lengths. But great example of 2 different cars being better in different parts of the racetrack. No better example than what you see right there on your screen.
All right, so with just about 6 laps or 5.5 laps remaining here, Edwin, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 2. Open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
So next time by will be 5 to go. 5 to go. There we pick up again that battle with Fuller and McConnell. You see him coming at the left of your screen. There is the Fuller car, and now he's opened up the gap a little bit from the last lap.
And we also see, and there we go, as Deacon Greenfield putting Chuck Allard's H production Porsche 924 down a lap. I'm still trying to find our H production leader out there, Mike McQueen, in the green number 27 MG Midget. And as soon as we find him, well,
it's a little car. It's hard to find.
It is.
Trying to see McQueen if McBain was able to cut in on that. And no, that stays about the same. McQueen, this is in class H production. McQueen the 27, McBain in the 75.
Right.
And that's remained, actually it's grown a little bit more, about 15 seconds now with just a little over 4 laps to go.
All right, we got a huge contingent now, Edwin, coming down into turn number 1. And we see again another driver trying to make a pass here in STL. The 2 Mazda Miatas door to door as they both get around the yellow Mazda RX-7. That RX-7 belonging to
Thomas Hunt, I believe.
Yeah, Thomas Hunt, exactly. Good to see Thomas, and I'm sure his dad is out here running, or not running, but probably out taking some photos as well.
Dad Wally, always at the racetrack.
Absolutely.
Good folks. Really good folks. So, and that was a good example there. You had a couple classes because you had Connor's Legends car mixed up in the middle of that as well. That's where you need to be a little bit patient. Love to watch the Legends here, especially as they come up over the hill. Car wants to get a little light. The back end steps out. There's got, talking about stepping out.
Yes.
Almost on cue there. Coming off the carousel, you saw the back end step out a little bit. Bob had to gather it back in. Well done.
So, the Legends cars, if I remember correctly, and I'm sure Brian will join in the chat, that I don't think they run like the street tires that they used to any longer, that they have even on the road courses a little bit more grip. But they've got not that much coming off the corners, but a lot of straight line speed until they run out of gearing. And the big thing with the Legends cars now is I think they are using the 3-cylinder engines that are out of the Yamaha MTO, I guess MTO 7 or probably MT9 machines, as opposed to the 4-cylinder motorcycle motors that they had been running previously.
But still, the weight to horsepower ratio are just insane
yes.
on a tiny little wheelbase, and they are a handful to drive. But the guys who drive them, and we've said this before, they're the most versatile cars in all of racing these days. But the guys who love them just absolutely have a ball. Talking about having to be a driver's car, you hustle that thing through every single corner.
Well, just like we've got the big Swedish brick, or as it's known, the Swedish meatball, being hustled now down into turn 5, along with these much lighter, much smaller, much more lithe machines. That Mazda, or pardon me, that Volvo being run here by, oh my gosh, that is Hudson Williams, young Hudson, who I think is all of 15 years old, hustling that big brick around 2 Mile, 10 turn summit point.
Yep,
there he
right
is, leading a couple of the Miatas up the hill. Probably the best draft that they're going to get all weekend is behind that coupe.
And you see, they'll come off the corner. You're talking about 2 very different types of cars that are good in different spots. Absolutely. They will get a great draft off of them. And you see now they'll pop out and try to make the pass. Somebody put a couple tires off, picking up some dust. Both of those Miatas now will get by that Volvo machine as they are down the front straight.
And I think I found Michael McQueen. I'm going to stay on. Well, I was going to stay on this camera here as we're having a couple internet issues here real quick. We'll catch him as he goes down into turn 2 in just a moment. He's now heading into turn 1 as we've got a lap and a half remaining. The next time our leader, Ted Cahall, crosses the start-finish line, we will get the 1 to go here. So let me make a call to the grid, and there is Michael McQueen. Second car in the shot. Finally found him. Only took us like 14 laps. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 2, open wheel and prototype racers. Please head to the grid. Open wheel and prototype racers. This is your final call to the grid, and for all of our racers here, this will be our final race coming up, race group 2, final race before we break for lunch. Again, race group 2, this is your final call to the grid. Hudson Williams, looks like he's still having some fun with those Mazda Miatas, as both the Mazdas and also that RX-7 of Hunt trying to find a way around that very big car. All right, so our leader now coming out of turn 10, and actually he's just now, I believe he is the second car in line. Here he comes now, poking to the inside of the 08 machine. Whoops, there we go. And so Ted Cahall in the blue 182 machine. He's your STL leader today, and he is now working his final lap of Summit Point in today's sprint race.
These will determine where you start tomorrow, and depending on what's going on with your points battle, you can make up some really important ground. There's Hunt and Hudson racing together, but it'll determine everything going into tomorrow's event, your strategy, where you're starting. Are you going to set the car up just to protect what you have? Do you have to be really aggressive? Again, we talked to Mike Kelly earlier. He's going to have to be aggressive because the day did not go like he had wanted. The leaders are on their final lap.
And there is our leader, Cahall. Now, actually, I'm going to jump forward because he is now just coming out of the carousel, I believe the second car in line. And in STL right now, Ted Cahall is your leader over his brother Bob by almost 600 points. And Deacon Greenfield running third in the championship, another 400 points back from there as Ted Cahall now coming underneath the bridge. First car in the line, coming out of turn 10 onto the front straight. Starter now waiting with the checkered flag. He's got to let a whole bunch of cars go by because there it is, taking the win in STL, the overall win, Edwin, is Ted Cahall. All followers, there's Deacon Greenfield. He'll finish second overall and second in STL. All followers will take the checkered flag. Taking the win in F production is going to be, is that Graham Fuller? Graham Fuller coming across the line third overall, taking that win over Fred McConnell.
Boy, whatever happened to Deacon at the might have just been a poor start, but nice job to gather it back in. A good race. Fuller, you mentioned F production. He and McConnell started on the second row together. For a while, McConnell was tucked right in. Ended up being about a 9-second gap from first to second in F production. Good way to start today right there.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so let's break things down by class here. Taking the win in SPU, Michael Palasinski out of Dickerson, Maryland, in his BMW 325. Hudson Williams in the brick, in the Volvo 262C, will finish in second. And touring 4, Jeremy Butts takes the win over Jennifer Romes, with Alex Cumming working his way back. He will finish third, with Guy Pavageau finishing in fourth. And GT Pinto, Bruce Shelton takes the win over David Mapes, with Drew Erie finishing third in H production. Good thing we finally found him for at least half a lap. Michael McQueen.
It's a little car. Hard to find.
It's a little car, but big margin of victory, Edwin. Michael McQueen, almost a half minute up on Alex McBain, who finished second in his Honda Fit. Chuck Allard will finish third. Mike Kelly only completes a single lap, as does Carlos Schooler in his Toyota MR2. I think both racers caught up in that lap 1 incident. In E production, Dan Rolfe, good to see him coming out here, originally from Texas Way, now living here on the East Coast in Wyers Cave, Virginia, taking the win, with Thomas Hunt finishing third. And in STL, Ted Cahall, Deacon Greenfield, Bob Cahall third, and then Greg Witt finishing just off the podium, one of only, I think, 1, 2, 3 Witt family members in the STL field today. Bob Connor, our sole Legends car, and then taking the win in F production, Graham Fuller with Fred McConnell. Spike Benning in his Mazda Miata, unfortunately, only goes halfway, completes 8 laps. So that's going to wrap things up for our very first race, Edwin. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it's our open wheel and prototype racers, our last race before we take a quick break for lunch here at Summit Point Raceway, where it is the October MARRS presented by Grand Touring. Please stay with us.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
17 Baron AM, bringing you all the classic hits.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
And welcome back to the broadcast. Grand Touring presents the October Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. This is the 2025 MARRS season finale. We've had our first heat race. Want to correct one thing I said earlier. So they do get points for the heat race, but the way they start tomorrow is actually going to be based on their fastest lap. So one correction is you're still gaining points here, but your fastest lap will tell you where you start tomorrow. Here we go. The field rolls off. Wings and things. Prototypes and open wheels. The FE2 car, Justin Huffman, will lead the way in car number 11. He's out of Harpers Ferry, West Virginia. And next to him from Wellsville, Pennsylvania, the number 142, that's Jason Fraley. Rope number 2 from Franklinville, New Jersey, car number 3 of Jacob King, and then Steve Rue. The driver's out of New Fairfield, Connecticut in car number 6. Cockeysville, Maryland's Wayne Nicolette in that yellow number 2 car, and then John Vidovich in car number 28. He comes to us from Culpeper, Virginia. Row number 4, Mark Walthew from Henrico, Virginia. That's car number 22. And then Joshua Company from Shavertown, Pennsylvania in car number 5. And Dustin Axerlis from Chester, Virginia, car number 16. And quite a variety of car you get in this group here, group number 2.
That's right. Now, of course, this is open wheel and prototypes. Otherwise, I'd say that beautiful MGA driven by Tom McLeod, our pace car here for this race group, might qualify. A lot of smoke coming off the line, and I believe that was from Dustin Axarlis in that air-cooled Volkswagen 1300cc motor in his Formula V. Wouldn't be too terribly concerned about that. Definitely looking forward to the race here today in Club Ford. Wayne Nicolette, of course, Mark Walthew, and Jake King in their machines. King in a Royale, Nicolette in his 1973 Lola T340 that he hasn't been racing since 1973, but that is the car that he has been racing almost exclusively for many, many years. And then, of course, as we mentioned, Mark Walthew in a Crossley 35.
And then let me mention the cars on the front row, they didn't qualify earlier, so they weren't on the starting lineup, but that's Harrison Southworth in the 73 and Matt Clark in the 92. So not in our original lineup, but you see they're up front. They're 2x2, and we're ready to go racing. Again, this is a 15-lap heat race. Be our last one before we take a lunch break, and then we have 6 more races this afternoon. A busy Saturday here. Pace car will make its way onto pit road. Southworth and Clark will lead the field. Pace car is on pit road. You'll see the field come into view right there, and now they'll look at the start stand. And there we go. Green flag is in the air, and it'll be the 73.
73, they're taking the, actually, I think it's the 11 of Justin Huffman in his Formula Enterprise 2 machine, having some camera issues here, Edwin. We'll try and take a look at that during lunch over at the start-finish line and down at turn 1. But the FE2 machine, Huffman, out of Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, pretty much right outside the gate. Former track record holder in FE2. His son, Jameson, now the track record holder. And we'll see Jameson a little bit later today, battling for the championship in the SSM class. But here early on, Justin, who said on social media last night that he's on 2-year-old tires. Don't know if that's going to matter that much to him here as he's out to a really good start.
Just like the first one, 15 laps will make up the distance. You'll see these guys probably get spread out pretty quickly here in the early stages, but we'll reset the field for you when they come down and put lap number 1. King and Nicolette and Walthew, those Club Fords. We've seen some great races this season between the 3 of King and the 2 of Nicolette. They usually put on a pretty good battle here.
Indeed. So I think a neat little battle to watch here, Edwin, are going to be actually the 2 for, well, let's do this. Here's a great battle to watch now that my turn 1 camera is back here. Coming down into turn 1 are, well, it was going to be a great camera view of all 3 of our Club Fords now going into turn 1. Pretty much nose to tail as Jake King is going to duck underneath Wayne Nicolette's yellow Lola. now to, I believe, take the lead. But what I was going to say is an interesting battle, and we'll try and track this as the race goes on. We have two Formula Vs in the field. They're not running in the same class. We've got Dustin Exarlis, who's in your traditional SCCA National Formula V class with the very narrow Hoosier racing tires. And then we've got Matt Clark out of Williamsport, Virginia, who is racing in what is known as the FVR or FV regional class. And that is a class that you will see in Formula V Challenge. And the big difference is not so much with the prep of the motor and the suspension, but they have much wider tires and radial tires and much more grip than your traditional Formula V has. And so we'll track them. You can see that FVR car. He is in the green number 92. We'll pick him up here in just a few moments.
Well, you touched on it. That Club Ford, King now leads fourth overall, but leads in Club Ford. Nicolette right there, and Walthew was there with him as well. But those guys, we saw them earlier this year. We saw the cars of King and Nicolette in a feature race. They were swapping position every other lap. Here they are, and let's pick up this race.
Those are the Formula Vs that we were talking about with the green FVR of Matt Clark leading Dustin Exarlis across the line. So let's try and we'll track down that Club Ford race here, and I'm looking to see where they are, and I believe they're coming into turn 5. Well, a couple of them are coming into turn 5. There's Walthew, I believe.
And Walthew may have lost a little ground. He may have backed up a little bit. It's King, and there you go. There's King and
Nicolette.
Yeah, they've gapped Walthew now by about 8 or 9 seconds. And those two now will be doing battle, and we've seen it before. Man, a little bit of wiggle. Did you see King under braking?
Yeah, a lot, as the weight transferred forward on that car, got very, very, and I just missed them there coming out of turn 10. There they are as they come across the line to complete their third lap as they now start lap number 4. But yeah, that car got very, very loose there.
Is that just as the weight
shifts forward? Exactly, and as the braking is getting done by the front wheels, indeed the rear end's going to move around a little bit. They're under braking, and likely he's got the brake bias shifted forward a little bit there to ensure that as the weight comes off of the rear that you don't have any rear brake lockup.
Sunny day, was cool this morning, but track conditions could not be any better because a lot of sunshine, a lot of radiant heat, 60 degrees right now. As you see, feels like there's no humidity, so our feels like is right at 60, but full sunshine. This will be interesting tonight, and have Greg put on your racer's hat for a second.
Yes.
Whatever the car is today, you're going to need something totally different from it tomorrow.
Absolutely, and tomorrow, as you mentioned, and again, everybody in the paddock, make sure that you batten down the hatches tonight. We're hearing that, and now real quick here as Wayne Nicolette comes underneath Jake King, going through turn 10. Nice pass as they come onto the front straight, and King going to try to return the favor. Pops out as they cross the start-finish line, heading down into 1. But what I was going to say, if you are in the paddock, definitely make sure to batten down the hatches tonight. We're hearing that there might be gusts up to 40 miles an hour here tonight, and the weather tomorrow is supposed to be very, very different. Supposed to be somewhat wet, and again, windy and nasty and rainy, and I'm looking forward to going out at 6:30 in the morning and putting our cameras out.
Well, where the track's located, you're just to the west of the Shenandoah River. You're in between these two mountain ranges, the beautiful Shenandoah Valley, and so predicting the weather here can be difficult because you can have some weather at the track and it's nowhere else, or you can have a storm stay either on the east side of the mountains or the west side. This, if it stays, will stay over on the east side, which means we can sit right here and look out our broadcast window tomorrow and tell you what's coming.
So, Edwin, interestingly, as we continue to watch this battle in Club Ford between Jake King and Wayne Nicolette, watching as King came out of turn 6B, was coming out of the carousel, got a lot of rotation from the rear of his machine, out of the back of his Royale, and that car definitely set up very loose, without a doubt. But a lot better rotation, was able to get the power down coming through the last portion of the carousel a lot more quickly than Wayne Nicolette in his Lola.
And they're going to have some company, it looks like, with an out-of-class car tucked in behind them. So we'll see if they get in and mix that up a little bit.
Yeah, and I believe that is Josh Company driving the number 5 store, the P2 machine out of Shaverton, Pennsylvania, racing in the P2 class. The P2 class going forward, starting in 2026, will be a regional-only class. It was not eligible for the SCCA National Championships this year, was still being run at majors races and on the Super Tour. But good to see Mr. Company bringing that machine out.
We're staying with this Club Ford race because right now it's the best on the track. Everybody else, your leader overall, Huffman, has a 19-second gap. So this is the best race on track, so we'll stay with it with King and Nicolette. And if you've watched these streaming broadcasts before, that's nothing new. Those two guys usually are right next to each other, and now they're going to be next to each other. Nicolette tries to find a way by. Don't think he's going to get it done in one. Well, yes, he does.
Yes, he does.
I thought he might have waited, and then King's going to cross him over into one, and Wayne's going to hang on.
Yeah, not quite close enough there. Took that look to the inside, but Jake, for I think he's maybe 24, 25. Jake King, currently the assistant regional executive of the South Jersey region of the SCCA, and comes from a family long known for their Club Ford racing. His older brother, Max, also racing not only in Club Ford but in Spec Racer Ford as well. But Jake's been doing this since he was a kid, and he's got great car control. And he knew not to push too deep down into the braking zone. There are a lot of other places that he's going to have opportunities here, using that draft to get by Wayne Nicolette. And this race, with still 7.5 laps remaining, there is a long way to go.
Yep, just at the halfway point here. Run through it quickly. Huffman in the 11 car. Overall leader, is what I'm trying to say. He leads over Jason Fraley, the 142 in second. And then Jacob King, who leads in Club Ford right there, or Wayne, who now leads in Club Ford.
One of them does.
They're third overall, so quick top 3 overall, as you see, with 8 laps to go. Those guys are fun to watch. Everybody else, pretty spread out. Huffman goes by, puts lap 8 on the board here next time by.
All right, let's see if we can pick up a couple other folks here. And let me see if we can pick up, I think, coming out of turn 10 now. That is, believe that is Jason Fraley in the 142 machine, now making his way down to turn 1. But when we said that race at Club Ford was one of the most interesting things that we have, most of our other racers here have really separated themselves out. You'll see now coming down the front straight, our sole Formula 600 racer now coming down the one. That is Harrison Southworth in the number 73 machine. And a good run. We saw Harrison a little bit earlier in the season. He just reset his personal best lap of the day, running at a 126.5 there. And we'll check in with our Formula Vs and FVRs in just a few moments here as well.
And get you an idea, because it's such a diverse group of cars. Your fastest lap in race so far is a 111. That's Huffman up front. Talking about Southworth just improving his best time, a 126. So you do have to watch when you get into some out-of-class traffic. There's some really crazy closing ratios here. But that gets you an idea why this group will get spread out fairly
easily, yeah. All right, as we check now, coming across the line, that is again the the west of Fraley, and then I believe right behind that may be Matt Clark in his RJT02 coming down there. Actually, there's Clark right there coming down into turn 1. So he now has separated himself out from Axarlis. As a matter of fact, almost 15 seconds separating the Formula V racer Axarlis, who, if we check now, and I'll get a beat on this, believe he's coming into turn. Nope, that's actually the prototype again. I'll find that other Formula V here soon enough. I swear I will.
Well, and the other thing is, you think about it, when you're out there kind of by yourself, that's an area where you really got to keep your concentration.
Yes.
When you're out there racing with somebody, you're intent on doing battle with the other car. When you're by yourself, you got to put yourself almost in like a time trial mode, if you will, where you're out there just trying to pound out fast laps, which are important for how you'll start the race tomorrow. So if it looks easy, trust me, it
isn't.
Not.
Exactly. As we're watching now, this, I believe, is John Vidovich in the number 28 machine. Actually, I take that back. Vidovich in this group here coming into turn 1. And a little bit behind that is Stephen Rue in the black and white number 6 Wyvern. Currently running second in Formula F to Vidovich, just a little bit further ahead.
5 laps to go. 5 laps to go. We'll go on a quick lunch break. We come back. 6 more heat races this afternoon, and then tomorrow, a total of 9 races. We'll have 6 20-lap races and 7 20-lap races and 2 10-lap races. We'll tell you more about that in a little bit.
All right, let's jump forward real quick here. Going to go to the start-finish line because things are getting a little hectic here as we watch that battle in Club Ford. Wayne Nicolette trying to catch a little bit of a draft over our overall leader, Justin Huffman, as Huffman, and not a bad time to get a draft off of him because Justin Huffman just reset his fastest lap of the session at a 1:10.867. And we saw as soon as he came by both Nicolette and King, Nicolette, he pulled out very, very quickly to just get even that little bit of an advantage over Max King, who was trapped a bit to the inside, or probably the outside driver's left.
Yeah, it just depends on where you catch him. But, yeah, they could get a nice tow there. King still hangs on to the spot. And we'll see 4 laps to go. How hard do these guys want to race, because the big payoff is tomorrow.
Right.
But you also learn a lot about your race car. And look at that. Coming off 5. Boy, Wayne had the back end. Want to dance out a little bit as they're dealing with some out-of-class traffic. Off turn number 9, it settles down a little bit. It'll be 3 laps to go when the leader goes by the start-finish.
And I'm going to have to see if I can dig up the track record here in Formula Enterprises 2, Edwin, because, one, the weather is just perfect for a track record, and we've got Jamison Huffman in the chat. He says, I told my dad he shouldn't take my track record, but I don't think he heard me.
Well, it is ideal, that fast lap right now for Huffman, 1:10.867, and today's a perfect day to do it. Although we are starting to see the clouds build up just a little bit. Track temperature should keep some track temperature in it throughout the day. So good day to be fast, and the air's good for making some horsepower.
All right, so the track record coming into today in FE2 was a 1:10.770 set by Jamison Huffman. That was set in April 2 years ago, 2023. And Justin Huffman now at with a fast lap of a 1:10.867. So he's about 1600ths of a second off of that track record at the moment. But he still has, the next time he crosses the start-finish line, he'll have one more lap to go. So he's got a lap and a half or thereabouts at this point as we continue to watch this battle in Club Ford between Max King and Wayne Nicolette.
Yep, they'll follow Company down into turn number 1. Company's a little too far away from them now, you see, for them to get any kind of a tow. But that doesn't keep Nicolette from looking to driver's right into turn number 1. If he can hang on through there, he does. He'll take the spot, and now King comes right back. King will have the preferred line. Nicolette led for all of about 6 feet. And now King comes back and takes the spot back away.
All right, our leader, Jameson Huffman now, or probably Justin Huffman, coming up the hill and underneath the bridge. And so when he crosses the line, there will be 1 lap remaining. We'll track him in just a few moments, but Edwin, let's stick with this battle in Club Ford as Matt Clark in his FBR just gets the blue flags from the flaggers, letting him know letting him know that some faster traffic was coming through, and he got out of the way for Nicolette and for, a little trouble there over at turn 10. I swear they're right in there. There they are, wheel to wheel, Edwin, coming through the final corner.
They'll have 1 lap to go. Your leader, Huffman, he's run off from them. So we'll stay with this one. It's been the best one. There they are. 1 lap to go, 2 miles to see who's going to win in that Club Ford. It's been good. King seems to have been a little bit better today, but then you also need to say, is Wayne waiting for the last lap? They're having some fun. And also find out where you can pass so you can set them up for tomorrow, although tomorrow will be under very different circumstances.
Indeed. All right, so I'm trying to track our leader, who I believe now will be coming. Oh, there he is.
There you go.
There's Jameson Huffman. We'll come back to that Club Ford race here in just a moment, as Huffman now coming underneath the bridge and onto the front straight for the final time. And checkered flag in the air for Jameson Huffman. So let's move over now to that Club Ford battle. And they are coming through the carousel right now into turn number 8 for the last time.
There they are. It's still King and Nicolette. By the way, Huffman did not break the track record. He backed off on that last lap. But this is the final corner for the final time. King gets a nice run. Nicolette lets it slide around on the backside a little bit. They'll be nose to tail as they come to look at the checkered flag. That was a good one. There they are. Pass, start, finish, and it will be King over Nicolette. Well done. Great racing. But again, Justin Huffman and his fast lap, a 110.867. He did back off that last lap. Joshua Company will end up 4th in the number 5 car. So that's that was good, especially that Club Ford battle.
Yeah, indeed. And, King making a great pass on Nicolette going into turn 10, almost at the apex of turn 10 on that last lap. And Nicolette just did not have the exit speed to come back at King. And you notice didn't even bother pulling out of the draft to try to make the pass going down to the start-finish line. A great opportunity and a wonderful pass there by Max King to take the win. So it's King, Nicolette, and Mark Walthu. Walthu finishing almost 30 seconds back in 3rd in that class. In Formula F, Steve Rue takes the win over John Vidovich. Josh Company takes the win over Jason Fraley. Fraley bringing the car in after only 9 laps. So Company, good finish for him. Harrison Southworth, our sole racer in Formula 6. In FE2, of course, our only racer in FE2, our overall winner, Justin Huffman. Dustin X. Sarlis, our sole racer in Formula V, and in FVR, Matt Clark, our sole racer. So that's going to wrap up our coverage for this morning here at Summit Point Raceway. We are waiting to get word on when we're going to be returning from lunch, but I'm guessing, Edwin, that it's going to be somewhere around 1:25 p.m., possibly 1:30. As soon as we find out, we will put that information on the screen for you. And of course, we'll let everybody in the paddock know, and we will come back and start calling race group number 3, our Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series drivers, to the grid for their race, and that will be in about an hour.
One thing I want to real quick before we go, I was just noticing, on that Club Ford race, yes, King got the win, but Nicolette actually had the fastest lap of the race in Club Ford. So that bodes well for going into tomorrow's races. So
Absolutely.
Just a note on that heat race.
All right, so we're going to take that break, and we'll be back in about 1 hour. Thanks so much for joining us this morning, and stay with us for a full afternoon of racing coverage from Summit Point. It is the October MARRS presented by Grand Touring Enterprises.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland, specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini. Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Tires, Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits and steering, helmets, gloves and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
Waiting for the song. Waiting for the song. Waiting for the song. Waiting for the song. Waiting for the song to go down, to go down, to go down, to go down. Waiting for the song. 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 To go down, to go down, to go down, to go down. Waiting for the song. Waiting for the song. Waiting for the song.
And welcome back to the broadcast. This is Grand Touring Presents the October Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. It's the 2025 MARRS season finale. And by the end of the day tomorrow, we'll be handing out some championships. I'm Edwin Pardue. Greg Ginsburg doing double duty this weekend because he's announcing and he's the director.
Oh my, that's why, just to show how mediocre I am at everything.
I'm impressed. I'm impressed. So we had 2 of our heat races this morning, 6 more this afternoon around this 2-mile natural terrain road course.
Yeah, so let's take a look at this beautiful road course that we call home, Summit Point, the Summit Point Raceway course here at Summit Point Motorsports Park. 10 miles, no, that's not right. 2 miles, 10 turns built into the land, Edwin.
Long front straightaway, great passing opportunity into turn 1, especially the classes that do a lot of drafting. You'll see them who can brake late, pop out, great place there. Then off turn 2, but if you're on driver's left coming out of 2 and you can hang on, it puts you in the catbird seat for turn number 3 and you can complete the pass there. Down the chute, doesn't show it there, but you can see on the camera later, that's really downhill into the tightest corner on the track, turn 5, and then it sets you up from the carousel. And once you start coming out of the carousel, you start adding pedal, the fast pedal, not the slow pedal, all the way up to the brake zone at turn number 10 to complete a lap here at Summit.
Here at Summit Point. Very good. All right, so let's go back to our cameras here as the pace car now heading on to the track. Edwin, for the first of 3 races our bracket racers will have here today, it is, like our others, 15 laps today, and or 30 minutes, whichever happens to come first. And I'm going to be putting into the chat here a link that you can see our timing and scoring specifically for bracket racing, as there is a slight difference here in the way the bracket racers are scored compared to a normal Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series race, where we split the laps up here into 2-second time slices. And much like drag racing, bracket racing, you're trying to stay within a bracket without breaking out of your bracket. The big difference here, as opposed to drag racing, Edwin, if you break out, you don't get DQ'd. You just move up to the next faster bracket challenges. And the problem is that you may find that the guy leading the next bracket might be about 80 car lengths up ahead of you. So driver beware.
So they set this starting lineup here this morning based on their warm-ups. Corey Markovitz, car number 18, out of Martinsburg, West Virginia. Christopher Graham's in the 20 out of Hedgesville. And a couple of Virginia drivers, 71, Kaz Musmar from Springfield. The number 9, that's Trey Harper. Brian Cates in the 21, and Ray Rashuba in the 96. They're row number 3. Brian McCrae in the 98. Steve Martin is in the 50. That's row 4. Row number 5, Michael Palazinski in the 152. And Albert Siciliano in the 19. Anita Barnes in the 84. Franca Lacey in the 43 car. Row 7, Jennifer Romes. John Leggs in the 67. Row number 8, Jed Prentice in the 68 car. The 35, Stephen Rollo. The 62, Mike Herbert. And the 45, Chuck Edmondson. And one thing, I was explaining it to somebody the other day that was asking some questions. I said, another way to think of this is, in the other races this weekend, we're going to tell you which class each car is in before the race starts.
Right.
In this race, the cars will determine which class they're in by the end of the race. So if you think about it that way, all the other races, you have a class you're in before it starts. Here, you'll determine your own class by your fast speed during the race. Pace car is in, but we'll tell you who's leading in each bracket as we go for 15 laps here on a Saturday afternoon.
All right, as our pole sitter, Corey Markovitz, brings the field around turn 10 with Chris Graham to his side as the starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air, Edwin, and we're racing once again here at Summit Point as the Porsche from the inside lane. Corey Markovitz gets a great jump off the line. Chris Graham's BMW, little bit off that pace as he has sliding in behind the other Porsche. That's Caius Musmar in the number 71 open top machine think we talked about Caius over Labor Day, that he had just purchased that chassis, I think, going into Labor Day weekend, and hopefully his wife knows about it by now because she didn't over Labor Day.
It usually takes about 2 laps for them to start falling into the proper bracket. Recent 2 laps. That first lap's not quite a full running start.
Right.
They're about halfway down the front straightaway before they get green. So that first lap won't necessarily be indicative of what they'll run later in the race. Once they complete their second flying lap, then we're going to have a good idea of where cars will slot in. You can move up into a faster bracket, but you cannot move down into a slower bracket. So it's a ratchet bracket, if you will.
Exactly.
Remind me, I'm going to coin that. I'm going to
A ratchet bracket?
Yeah.
I kind of like that.
So here they come. They'll put a first lap in, and then if you're watching the link, give it a second lap.
Yeah, we'll
pop it up here in a little bit, so you'll be able to see those guys. So this first lap. So Markovitz, get you an idea. He's a 118 and change on that first lap. In the qualifying this morning, he was a 117. So you'll see that come down by a second or 2. Track condition for our sessions this morning, we were bathed under full sun. Now partly cloudy, but still ideal conditions. And we saw, we were within less than 1/10 of a second in a new track record for one of our classes earlier this morning. So the track and the air temperature and the density of the air is good for making horsepower today.
It is indeed. And, we'll see here, of course, Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series, one of its motto is any driver, any tire, any car. And so we have all of these cars out here, some of them including the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s. We'll actually see a little bit later today in their own Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series sprint race. We've already seen a couple of the drivers out here early on, including Jennifer Romes, who was in our very first race of the day in her Toyota. And, again, very interesting to see, because the theory behind this is so different from a regular sprint race, because you are trying to keep to a time. Now, believe it or not, there are actually things in the SBRR rule book about kind of sandbagging and laying back in order to stay within your bracket. So, these racers, they are moving at all times, and we've been told by Chuck Edmondson, who is one of the main proponents of the class, that you don't find racers, necessarily trying to stay within their brackets. They're trying to make up. Still, it's kind of this competing theory here that you're trying to make up positions and pass people going into corners, like we see here, the Alessi Prelude trying to make a move on Jennifer Romes going down into turn 1. And if you get caught up in the draft going down the front straight to try and make a pass, so be it. You might break out, but the racers don't seem to be too terribly concerned about that. So let's watch these coming through here. Got a couple of cars side by side as they get things straightened out now, coming through turn 3.
You mentioned Jennifer doing double duty. Tomorrow's going to be crazy because she's going to have 2 10-lap bracket races and a 20-lap feature event all on her schedule tomorrow.
Exactly. She'll have to start off the day. She'll have her Touring 4 race, and Jennifer is the second car in line right now, just now coming through turn 6B. She'll have the bracket. She'll have her Touring 4 race. She'll have about a half hour to 40 minutes to rest. Then she'll have her first Sprint Bracket Racing Series race of the day, and then she'll have another one after lunch.
So you see the scoring pylon on the left there. So Corey Markovitz, he leads overall. He's leading the A2. And then Musmar, the 71, he's leading in the A3 bracket. Ray Rachuba, the 96, leads in A4. Brian McCrae in A5. The 50 of Martin, currently in B1. Siciliano in B3. Jennifer Romes leading in B4. There's a big bunch of cars in B4 right now.
Yes.
Those are the drivers between a minute 31 and a minute 33, or 132.999. Chuck Edmondson, we just mentioned, in bracket B5. So that's how they run right now. And Jennifer leads a group of 7 cars currently in the B4 bracket.
Yeah, and as she is going through there with a time of 131.985, she's still got almost a full second before she breaks out of that bracket. I think the driver that we might want to watch, and he's just now coming down the chute, there is the silver Nissan 350Z of Chuck Edmondson, who is now has found himself actually moving up based on the lap times that he just ran. And we've got a local caution over at turn 5, Edwin. We'll try and get from there our flaggers who might have brought that out, as it's just now been withdrawn, so that car has continued on. But Edmondson ran his best lap so far and actually bumped up 2 brackets to the B3 bracket, and he's now ahead of all those cars directly ahead of him.
So he now runs, in third. Update there, that was a car 4 off and continued down there. So quick caution, he said they've already pulled that back.
Yep.
The leaders have now completed 4 laps, and you're racing within your bracket, and we'll see Chuck still there. Jennifer Rome still leading the way in B4. And like you said, she's in a really comfortable position because she's out front of that group right now, but she still has, because she's got almost a full second that she can still cut off her lap time.
Exactly.
So she doesn't need to be concerned. Just go and race. She's in a really prime spot right there in bracket B4.
All right, so and we'll track them down. I found it interesting though, Edmondson, who on track is behind all of those drivers, and technically he's in the next higher bracket than the drivers just ahead. So we'll watch here as I think a couple of them are coming down into turn 1. Actually, there's Chris Graham in the white BMW, currently running second in the A3 class to Caius Musmar, who's in that red open-top Porsche 911. And then behind, we see them coming through. There is, I think that's Ray Rachuba in the white Mustang, who is currently our sole racer in the A4 bracket.
Corey Markovitz in the 18, the leader overall. He has got his lap time down now to a 116.708. Bracket A1, you can't break out. That's the fastest bracket. So, again, there you're just putting the pedal to it. So this morning, he was a 117.2 and now down to a 116.8. So a little bit faster this afternoon than he was in their warm-up qualifying this morning.
All right, and again, because I know there are a couple of questions in the chat, we've pinned to the top of the chat a page that you can go to and see exactly how our racers are placed into the different brackets. It shows you what their best lap time is, their last lap time, and also the high and low times for each one of the 10 different brackets that our racers can find themselves placed in.
Yeah, and you mentioned earlier, like with Chuck, what can happen is when you move up to another bracket, now you might find yourself in a faster bracket, but you've got another group kind of between you and the people you're racing with.
Right,
well,
exactly.
That's no different than catching out of class traffic in a traditional multi-class race. The difference is these groups are classed as the race goes on. One car slow down into turn number 5, stays on track, but...
Yeah, and I think that might be, as we take a look, I think that's Mike Herbert in the red number 62 machine, currently running second in the B4 bracket for drivers a minute 31 to a minute 32. Definitely moving over, giving a little bit of ground and a little bit of space is Zach Camp, and I think the Alessi Prelude was coming through, as well as the Audi Quattro of Siciliano as well. And again, I think he might have been given a blue flag up at the top of the hill over at turn 4. So good heads-up racing from him.
And that's a tricky spot to catch one, too, because you're getting into a really tight section of track. Did the right thing, got off, gave him plenty of room, went back to racing.
All right, good look there at the Porsche Cayman of Anita Barnes. She, before this week, she had been racing in, and I think she's coming down into turn 1 now in that black and white Cayman. She'd been racing in the SSM class and moving over this week. A big Porsche file is Anita. I think she also owns a GT4 RS Club Sport Cayman as well as a 911, and she does tons and tons of track days. Good to see her getting this Cayman out on track.
We are halfway through this one already.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 4, Spec Miata. Please head to the grid. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Markovitz in the 18. He's by himself in the A1 bracket, but you've got 4 cars now in A3. Chris Graham in the 20, Rachuba in the 96, Harper in the number 9 car. They all run together on track. So you see them, they are second, third, and fourth on track together. So the 20, 96, and 9 on track together and in the same bracket right now with 7 to go.
As we watch now, here is our leader, Corey Markovitz, in that white number 18 machine, all by himself as he has successfully worked his way through slower traffic, I think on 2 separate occasions already, as we look, as he just made his way around Siciliano in that silver Audi TT, and then Louis Alessi in his Honda Prelude. They're in pretty close proximity. Now, Siciliano, the only racer in the B2 bracket for drivers that are in the 127 to 100 and minute 29 range, and Louis Alessi leading the B3 bracket for drivers. Oh, let's go back there. For drivers, a minute 29 to a minute 31.
The largest group continues to be B4 with Jennifer Romes leading Stephen Rollo in the 35, and they're together on track, as is the 62 car Mike Herbert. So the 186, 35, 62, they have no out of bracket traffic between the top 3 as they race for B4.
And there they are. Yep, there they are right now. There's the Romes machine, the white Toyota, as it comes up the hill. And looks like Jennifer now is opened up a little bit of room to Stephen Rollo, who comes to us all the way from St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Oh, no, actually, he's right there, Rollo, in the 35 machine, right on the back bumper of the much bigger 186 Toyota of Jennifer Romes as they come now into turn 1. Although look at the legs on that Toyota, a little bit faster in a straight line than Rollo. Maybe he's worried about breaking out, but he's got, if we look at the fastest laps, Rollo has actually run a 1:31.421. He's actually in greater jeopardy of breaking out to the next bracket than Jennifer Romes is. And if he breaks out, that would actually, I think that would still put him on track ahead of Chuck Edmondson.
Question there, could that be, you talked about how he was behind that larger car, could that be a result of catching a draft?
That's exactly, and now pulls right alongside Jennifer Romes, going through turn 5. Let's take a look as they come into the carousel, or come through the carousel, as looks like Louis Alessi just rejoining. Looks like he had some issues. He's going to turn in a real fast lap as he bypassed the whole carousel section of the course and rejoins, but it looks like he may be pulling off track. Now here's Rollo and Romes coming out of turn 8 and up the hill. And Rollo, again, tried to make the pass around the outside of Romes going into turn 10. He's now going to pull onto the pit lane as well and follow Louis Alessi down the pit lane and likely head back to the paddock, as we've just got now 5 laps remaining, Edwin.
Alessi there, probably he came right through that, missed the whole carousel. That's a pretty flat part of the track, but you're still at speed. Take it down onto pit road, make sure she's okay.
All right, and so it looks like Caius Musmar now has his Porsche on the pit lane, and both Alessi and Rollo now head back to the paddock.
All right, let's recap. Markovitz, the 18 car in A1. Christopher Graham continues to lead in A3. And you've got McRae leading in A5. Steve Martin in the 50 B1. Siciliano, the 19 car in B2. Zach Camp, the 24 car in B3. Jennifer Romes, the 186 in B4. And Ryan Coates in the 21.
All right, and you can see here we've got a debris flag being displayed by the corner workers over at turn 5. I think a little bit of that had to do with perhaps some gravel or dirt that the Alessi Prelude might have dragged back out on course.
And that last shot you had was great. It showed exactly where Alessi went off.
Yeah.
You see the lockup and straight off. Yeah, there's the lockup and straight off into the grass.
Yeah, let's do it. There you go.
Yep, there you go. You can follow him right through the grass. He popped out the other side, but did take it onto pit road.
And thankfully, Chris Graham decides not to follow that path as well.
Right.
All right, crossing the line now, and 4 laps remaining for Kari Markovits, who completes his 12th lap. All right, so what we're going to do here, let me make a call to the grid for our next group, if you don't mind, Edwin. Attention in the paddock, Second call to the grid for race group 4, Spec Miata. Please head to the grid. Race group number 4, Spec Miata. This is your second call to the grid. Hey, I'm going to jump over to turn 5 real quick, if we can, because we've got a nice little fight going on here. I think that's Brian McRae, and we'll see as they come into turn 6. I think that's another one of our twins. I think that's McRae, and it's definitely not Anita Barnes. It looks like he was just working his way past the Mustang SVT of Zach Camp. So McRae in the A5 bracket, drivers a minute 23 to a minute 25. Camp a minute 29 to a minute 31.
They have one car off track down there in the carousel, but in a safe place. We can continue till the end, but that'll be a pickup afterwards. And it should only be 2 laps to go next time by for the number 18 car, who continues to hold suit in bracket A1. Go back and see. Yep, Rome's still there. So that B3 now is Zach Camp in the 24, Chuck Edmondson in the 45. So those 2 drivers together in bracket B3.
All right, we're getting word that next time our leader crosses the start-finish line, he will get the one to go.
We'll look for him down the front straightaway.
Well, and that right there, that's Chris Graham. He's running second overall and leads the A3 bracket. Got a huge margin right now on Ray Rachuba. As we've got the 1-8 car, our Markovits, I think, coming into turn 5 now. So let's we'll pick him up as he comes through the carousel. There is the white Porsche, the number 18 machine.
His final time. Well, no, he'll have one more lap after this. Yep, one more after this time. After number 9, out of class or out of bracket traffic, I should say, gives him plenty of room there to the inside of 9.
Yeah,
that's a pretty steep uphill there as you come underneath the bridge, and then it flattens out. You've got 2 high points of the track there at 10, and then over just as you kind of crest the hill and go to the chute, there is your overall leader with 1 to go.
All right, let's see. I'm going to come over here out of turn 10. Actually, let me come to the front straight. So you got a nice little fight going on a little bit further back in the pack. I think that Michael Palasinski in the E30 BMW 325, he's going to be coming down into turn 1 here momentarily. And he's trying to make up some ground on the number 50 Mustang just ahead of him. That is Steve Martin. That is the battle for the lead in the B1 bracket for drivers a minute 25 to a minute 27. And it looks like Palasinski would have to find a way to get around Jennifer Romes in order to get that done.
Yeah, there's a little out-of-bracket traffic in between those 2 cars on this final lap.
Well, and Romes has let Palasinski by, or Palasinski has gotten around Romes, so he is making up ground. I guess the big question is whether or not he's gonna bust out of his bracket trying to get around the Ford Mustang. But here, coming out of turn 10 onto the front straight now, there is Corey Markovits in the Porsche 911 Cup car, and he's going to take the checkered flag to win this bracket race. All right, so as the rest of our racers come through, let's take a look. We'll break things down here by bracket. where Corey Markovitz winning that A1 bracket as fast as you could go. It's basically for any driver that's a minute 17 or under, and his fastest lap time, a minute 15.761. In the A3 bracket, that is for drivers a minute 19 to a minute 21, Chris Graham, he's going to finish second overall, but he takes the win in that A3 bracket over Ray Richuba in his Ford Mustang. Trey Harper in a Porsche Cayman will finish third, and Caius Musmar, who started third today, Caius Musmar in his 993 chassis open top Porsche 911 finishes fourth in that bracket, only completes 4 laps. In the A5 bracket, that's for drivers a minute 23 to a minute 25, Brian McRae taking the win over Anita Barnes. With the B1 bracket, that's for drivers a minute 25 to a minute 27, going to Steve Martin, Michael Palasinski finishing second. In the B2 bracket, that's for drivers who turn a fast lap of a minute 27, between a minute 27 and a minute 29, Albert Siciliano in his Audi Quattro takes the win over Frank Alessi. And interestingly enough, both drivers only completed 8 laps. In the B3 bracket, Zach Camp will take the win. The B3 bracket is for drivers a minute 29 to a minute 31. The SVT Cobra racer pips Chuck Edmondson in his Nissan 350Z. In the B4 bracket, Jennifer Romes takes the win over Jed Prentice with Mike Herbert in his BMW 240i, finishing in third. That's for drivers a minute 31 to a minute 32. And then that will round out the bracket racing field. So let's make a final call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 4. That's Spec Miata. Please head to the grid. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, and we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Summit Point Raceway. It's the 2025 October MARRS presented by Grand Touring Enterprises. Please stay with us.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits, and steering, helmets, gloves, and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun to go down, to go down, to go down, to go down. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun.
And welcome back. Grand Touring presents the October MARRS. It's the 2025 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season finale. I'm Edwin Pardue, Greg Ginsburg here doing double duty. We're going to introduce you to somebody here in just a moment. You see his name right there. But quickly, let's do our starting lineup for this one. Big field, Spec Miata, Greg Witt, Jeremy Butts, the 104 and 69. On the front row, John Hotz and Dylan Witt. In row number 2, row 3, Scott Witt in the 85. David Stern is in the 19. Row number 4, the 21, Michael Abatoff and Mike Cohen is in the 54 car. Row number 5, Ryan Hashman in the 146. Kip Gaynor is in the 44. The 07 is Bill Gartner. Chris Kelly in the 131. Row number 7, Ted Cahall's in the 78. Mike Lamena is in the 88. Ben Foles in the 08 car will start 15th alongside Griffin Witt in the 06. Row number 9, the 33, Michael Anderdash and Andrew Wagner is in the 39. And row 10, Keegan Manning in the 00. The 4 is Kevin Conlon. Row 11, Sean Lamena in the number 6 car and Chris Rawlings in the 147. Adam Witts in the 05 and starting 24th, the 77, Anthony Toussaint. Richard Ura's in the 61. Next to him, Dominic Mandil in the 68 car, and Bob Cajon in the 178 car will go 27th, 15 laps for the Spec Miatas. Joining me in here now, driver of the number 32, the OG Racing Honda, Bristow, Virginia's Deacon Greenfield. Deacon, How was your day so far?
I'm good. I think my...
Yep. You're good?
Good? Okay. Hi. Good afternoon, Edwin. How are you?
I'm good. You've already been on track today. Tell us about your morning.
Yeah. So, real cold morning. It was 42 degrees out for our qualifying this morning. Track was definitely icy, but it was certainly fast. So, it'll be a very interesting race for the rest of the afternoon.
Very good. Conditions, you're making a lot of horsepower today. Perfect for that. But here, this group, not as much about horsepower as momentum with the Spec Miatas.
Right, yeah. I've had the privilege of trying a Spec Miata car, and it is all about momentum, especially with the now interchangeable conditions where we've got some overcast. So I think it'll be a fight to find the grip and really work with everyone around you to get to the front.
15 laps here. You see pace car onto pit road. Field looks good, 2x2. And once they come off turn number 10, they'll put it in the starter's hands and wait for the green flag. Witt and Butts up front. See some drivers mixed in the field who normally see them starting a little bit closer to the front. That should make for some good racing. All of a sudden, they're 3 wide as the green comes out. Witt and Butts will lead them down, but somebody back there, row number 3 or 4, popped out and made it 3 wide. We go to turn number 1. Everybody will stay 2x2 into the corner. Witt with the preferred line. Try to hold to the inside, and it looks like now Butts is tucked in there in second, but you see that outside line trying to do something. Usually they're trying to find the inside as quick as they can. Let's make sure everybody is off 1 and 2, and the battle now is back there for 4th spot. Deacon, on a start like this, a race like this, how important is getting that start right?
Yeah, a very typical Spec Miata start from there. We were 2 wide all the way until turn 3. Looked like the leaders just started to break through going down into our chute, turn 4. The start is everything, especially in a class like this. So it's good to see a lot of close battles already starting to form up, and especially with that mixed qualifying grid that you were talking about earlier, as we have a lockup into turn 5 back there. But yeah, very, very important to establish your racing room and your partners for the rest of the race.
Top 5 have got single file, but the battle is on for 6. There I see, I believe it was Gaynor there who was side by side for the first time. They'll come up the hill. Again, quite a climb till they go underneath the bridge and off 10. So let's reset the field for you here. Leaders completing lap number 1, 15-lap event here. See, the battle is on for the lead. Witt leads John Hotz. Hotz is up. Then it's Scott Witt, Dylan Witt. Butts was the loser on that one, as now Hotz is going to make a run into turn number 1. Deacon, that's a great place to pass.
Yeah, that was a very clean draft pass down the front straight as we are clearing now into view out of our window here. Looks like Hotz has made the clean pass and has about a 2-car gap between going into turn 3.
Butts started on the front row, but Jeremy now back to 5th spot, and maybe lose a few more because everybody's now single file back to, I believe, again, the Gaynor car trying to make a move, and they'll use every bit of that racetrack. You'll see dust on the left-hand side and kicking gravel up on the right-hand side. Down the chute, everybody pretty much, if it's like that group right there you see on your screen, that's been most of the side-by-side racing so far. And they're single file now. Hotz leading the way. And let's see if they're still, now they've got this thing sorted out of any group. We talk about momentum and then being able to use the draft in these cars. Probably more important here than any other group that races.
Yeah, absolutely. This and our other spec group, SSM, really on top of the momentum as we've already started to form kind of an A pack here with this first 5 group of cars. Looks like that is the 19. That's kind of a little bit of a no man's land, and Gaynor leading the B pack, really.
So Hotz, Witt, your top 4. Like I say, that kind of lead group's gotten away. There's one car in the middle, and now a couple guys going to go side by side right here. That's that group behind Gaynor. That is back in 7th, 8th, 7th through about 12th place is the Whale. Big lock up there. Who was that?
That looks like the 104 had a big, possibly a misshift there. Really fell back quite just dead stopped in a straight line.
And I was going to say, that was Mike LaMena who poked down to the inside prior to that. taking a look to the inside of the driver just ahead, taking a look at Christopher Kelly just ahead.
And now they're all, there they are. And now they're all pretty much single file back through the field. So they'll come back around. Hot's now up front. Hot started there on row number 2. Deacon, I want to go back to your race real quick. Earlier today, your start, you fell back a little bit, had to scramble back a little bit. What happened on the start for you today?
Yeah, I had a good reaction off the green flag, but my competitors, Ted Cahall and Graham Fuller, definitely some cars that are with driver combinations are very tough to beat in a straight line. So it really came down to who could be consistent, and I got to give it to Ted. He put up a great race, and I'm sure as he's already up a couple positions in this race, running P10 across the line, so already shows that he's having a really good weekend.
Hots has opened up a little bit over the 85 of Scott Witt and Greg Witt. The situation like this, can you get too far out, let the cars kind of gather up behind you and make a run, or a short race like this, just take all the gap you can get?
I would say take all the gap you can get, especially with a 15-lap heat race like this. The laps go by a lot quicker than you realize when you're in the car. So I would say it's all about staying with the pack, and like we're seeing now with John Hotz has a very sizable lead for an SM race like this, so he's sitting very comfortable out there.
We mentioned LaMena. He started back there in 14th spot. Did he pick up a couple places? Oh, let me see. Yeah, he's up to 11th. So from 14th to 11th for LaMena in car number 88. And there he is right there battling again. So that's 11th and 12th spot.
Yeah, and a nice move a little bit further up from him, his teammate right there at the front of the line, that's Kip Gaynor. LaMena, like 3 cars back from there. We'll see him coming now. Actually, 4 cars back at the tail end of this little group coming through. But LaMena with a great fight going on right now. Actually, that is with, I think, Ted Cahall now directly ahead of him.
Yeah, Gaynor is in there, Apatow, Kelly, Ted Cahall, LaMena. That's that group all running together right here coming into turn number 1. Those 5 cars all together. Gaynor, Apatow, Kelly, Cahall, LaMena running from 7th back to 11th place. Everybody else now single file. That's the battle 2nd and 3rd right there, and Hotz continues to extend his lead. Track conditions, can you tell much on a day like today? We get cloud, we get full sun, we get cloud. How quickly will the track changes, temperature changes?
Very quickly, especially from qualifying. Obviously, like I mentioned this morning, it was a brisk 42 degrees, and coming up to now is 66 degrees. Being familiar with Summit Point, this track loves to be cold. So once it gets really above that 58 degrees, 60 degrees, the track starts to kind of weather in a bit, and you see times come down. So I would say a lot of our drivers out there on track right now are experiencing a little bit more understeer than what they had in qualifying.
That is a great race we just saw go by there again. That is 7th spot, just coming under the bridge. So that's Gaynor, the blue and orange, yellow-green car. And then he's got Mike Apatow right behind him in the 21, and then Christopher Kelly in the 131. And those 5 throw a blanket over him, and now it's LaMena trying to make a move on Ted Cahall. And they've now, big lockup into 1.
That was Greg Witt.
That was Greg Witt in the 104 machine, with the big brake lock up there as he's got Scott directly behind him. This is definitely not a Wittless SM group here. We saw the 3 of them. We've got father, son, and I believe cousin, probably uncle, running. I don't want to get myself in trouble like I did at Road America.
Family member.
Yes, all family members. Most of them having gone through driver school just this spring.
Jeremy Butts now has gotten back up behind Greg and Scott Witt. Butts had fallen back a little bit, but every time those 2 guys start to race, cars running side by side, it's so much easier to make up some ground. You love to see if you're chasing somebody for those two cars to go racing, don't you, Deacon?
Absolutely. And as we're looking at that, I believe Gaynor is got the attack from, who's that behind? Apatow?
Apatow.
Yeah, with that 5-car pack now. So that'll definitely be that for that car behind Christopher Kelly will be the opportunity if they start fighting.
They've already completed 5 laps, 10 to go. Remember, only 15-lap heat race here.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 5. That's Improved Touring and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Improved Touring and B-Spec racers, please head to the grid.
There's that battle we've been watching, and now it is LaMena trying to do something to the inside, side by side into one. And how late for these cars they can break so late into one and try to take that spot away.
Yeah, Spec Miata cars being about that 2,200-pound weight. Ooh, we have another lockup into one. They break down right at our 3 board if they're really doing it right, and you can at sometimes take it a little deeper than that, but you're getting risky on the brakes. As during our call there, we had a great save from the 131 going through 10. Definitely had a couple bunny hops there. Real great to keep it on the track and straight.
6 laps complete. The 63 of John Hotz leads over Greg Witt in the 104. Scott Witt in the 85 is third. Jeremy Butts, the 69 car, is fourth. The 19, David Stern, fifth. Dylan Witt, the 84, is sixth. And then the 7th place, that's the 44 of Gaynor. Apatow in the 21, Ted Cahall in the 78, and Michael LaMena. That's your top 10 here with 9 laps to go. Hotz has opened up about a 2-second advantage, which in this class is a lot. And now that group that packed there, Deacon, we saw from 7th through 11th, they're starting to split up a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. As we've got 2 different battles here. Oh, with another big lockup into one. Was that?
And we have a car that's gone off at turn 10.
Oh, no.
And
that's Price.
Yeah, I was going to say, and got completely backwards, did a 360, and is just now rejoining. And it looks like he did that all on his own, gentlemen. And again, good to see him recover now, but he's going to have quite a bit of, dust and dirt to clear out from the cockpit there. We can see the remaining dust cloud all the way down the front straight.
Deacon, what's that like for a driver when you're coming up to turn 10? Somebody's gone off that huge cloud of dust trying to figure out what to do.
Yeah, turn 10, especially as you're coming up on the entry, at a certain point is kind of blind because of the way that the inner wall is. So it is very easy to get lost, especially in a big dust cloud like that. But, very, very good on all of our drivers for coming through and seeing that dust cloud and taking it safely.
Now look at this morning, Hotz had a lap in the 127 bracket, and right now his quick lap here has been also down 127.3, so about where he was, 0.2 of a second off of where he was in the morning. We look at that, Deacon, just to try to figure out which direction is the racetrack going in.
Yeah.
Field coming off the carousel. And that race now is sort of settled down. And say, if you look at the scoring pylon on the left, you see the gaps, but still there pretty close to Witt. That's the battle for 3rd and 4th place, which will mean a lot tomorrow because that will be who's on the podium now with only 7 laps remaining.
Looks like our closest battle on the track now is that 3, 4, 5 of Witt, Butts, and Stern all bumper to bumper going through the chute.
Yeah, and Stern picked up some spots there because we weren't talking about him, and now he's now in front of Witt, Apatow, and Gaynor. Gaynor back to 8th, Ted Cahall back to 9th, and Michael LaMena, he was back there. He's in 10th spot now, so that was that group that was 7th back to 11th now, just past halfway.
All right, and so, as we're this is the very last weekend here for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. John Hotz, our current leader on track, gentlemen, running away with the Spec Miata Championship this season, coming into the weekend, 2,330 points. Mike LaMena, his teammate, almost 900 points in arrears with 1,400 points as we have another racer going off track, bringing up a lot of dirt. And I believe that was the driver just ahead of Kip Gaynor on track. I believe that was Michael Apatow. Whoops. Running a little bit wide.
Not quite, Greg. I think that was possibly LaMena.
I saw LaMena coming through at the time.
Hotz with a nice advantage right now. Hotz has opened that up to 1.5 seconds. And since he established that early lead, he's been pretty solid. Witt, you see now Dylan Witt has fallen back to 6th spot. So Greg Witt now starting to feel the pressure from Jeremy Butts. David Stern has moved up, but Witt has lost a couple spots. Greg Witt in 2nd, but he still has about 1.5 seconds to catch the leader.
Yeah, a little bit, as you saw on your screen there, a little bit of uneasy braking as our drivers are definitely starting to push in this big pack here as we're going 2 wide through 6 and 7. Which cars are those? It looks like maybe...
Well, again,
Dylan and Apatow.
Yeah, I thought that was Dylan Witt and Michael Apatow, the 84 and the 21. Whoops, sorry about that, guys. Let me try and get us back to a camera view.
And that's a good one because that should be our leader, Hotz, coming down the front straightaway now. Yep. So there's Hotz. You'll see that gap back to Greg Witt. Butts has closed in, but Stern now is right on. So there's the battle, 3rd and 4th. Nice lockup there. That was Witt, I believe, with the lockup. And then there's that pack that's still a tight right there into 1. Another lockup. What's that do? You lock that up a couple times, Deacon. How long before you have a tire that's really angry at you?
It doesn't take much, Edwin. Lockups can definitely lead to unwanted vibration in these tires, and especially with a car like the Spec Miata platform that are all relatively the same. That unwanted that unwanted vibration, lack of rotation, yes, can really mess with you going into your braking and turning zones.
How important today, the heat race? At some point in this race, I mean, racers are always racers. At some point you say, okay, I'm just going to stick with what I got and be ready to race tomorrow. At what point do you feel like I've got all I can get, or there's always one more car to pass?
I'd say that really comes down to the driver and where you're wanting to be in terms of your race. A more patient spec racer will really find someone that they can work with and wait to make their moves at the end, and some others choose to fight early and get into clean air. So it's the beauty of spec racing.
Leaders are down the front straightaway. John Hotz means 4 laps to go here. Greg Witt in the 104 car 2nd. Jeremy Butts is 3rd in the 69 car.
Big train going down into turn 1, attacking around Kip Gaynor. Not sure who that was that just made the pass, but it looked like they did make it stick.
What they did, and that was tough. That might have been, couldn't see who got under
the red car.
Yeah, I think that was the 84. It was either the 84 Witt or it might have been Ted Cahall in the 78 machine.
Matter of fact, the 84, Greg.
Okay, it was the 84.
Boy, that's fun right there. Going to use all the racetrack coming up the hill. Here they go down the chute. Does it settle down a little bit? They're single file, but not for long. That is a great race, and that is 6th on back.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for Improved Touring and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Improved Touring and B-Spec racers. This is your second call to the grid.
There'll be 3 to go next time by. We've seen some great racing in the back of the pack, but Hotz now has extended his lead to 2 seconds. Let's see if that's Hotz coming down the front right now.
That is, yeah.
There he is.
Yep. He's coming. There he is.
So there's John Hotz, and now you can see that gap. So there's Butts and Stern now, and that's a race. Jeremy Butts and David Stern into 1. Deacon, he's going to try him.
See if he does go to the inside. That's Stern. Looks like he made the pass.
And he waited to the very last second to, just as they were coming into the braking zone, to try and make that pass.
Still side by side, Greg.
And here they are coming out from behind the trees.
If you can stay there, you're on the preferred line into 3. They'll be side by side. Let's see what happens. Still side by side.
Great respect between the two of them.
Yep, giving each other racing room, but let's see what happens down the hill. They get back single file now because that's an area you don't want to go through side by side, even in a Miata.
It can be done, but it takes a lot of all the right conditions to have. It takes the right grip, the right line to really make it stick.
And like you said, some respect between the two guys who are racing with each other. And there they are. Off the carousel. They'll be single file for now. This is all good for Hotz because that lets Hotz extend his lead even more. In fact, Hotz now, time and scored. I didn't realize that big a gap. Yeah, Hotz lead now up to 4 seconds. So the more they race, the better it's going to be for your leader.
Yeah, Hotz running a great race. Has now actually found the back of what looks like to be Dominic Mandiel. Is going to use him as draft to just continue and make his gap even bigger with two laps to go now.
Yeah, 2 laps as they cross the line. And yeah, exactly. He found a slower car, found Dominic Mandiel, helped to use that draft to open up even more of a gap to our second and third place racers as Gaynor follows him, or probably not Gaynor, John Hotz follows him all the way down into the braking zone of turn 1.
And let me reset that. That's about a 2-second gap still. So I had said 4, but it's still a 2-second gap. But yeah, that was good use. That's a situation there, Deacon, where the lap car is actually a benefit for you if you can use it properly. And now they come up on Mandiel as well.
Yeah, and so Butts and Stern, as well as Witt, now having to find a way to get around Dominic Mandiel's Mazda Miata, allowing John Hotz to separate himself out even more.
Been a good race, but this is exactly what we expect in one of these spec series.
Absolutely.
Be1 to go for the leader next time. Hotz. There's first, second, third all together. There's one lap car there, and now you go back 4th, 5th, 6th, and then into this group of Gaynor, Cahall, and LaMena, who've been together the entire race. Hotz will look for 1 to go this time by. He's in pretty good shape, but hey, Deacon, the battle is on for second.
They are 2 wide through 10. Stern's going to take it the long way around and make the pass stick on the exit, taking the 1 to go. See if he can hold off. Butts for the podium.
So the leader in good shape. He needs a clean lap. That is still a gaggle of race cars right there, and the battle for second is still raging into turn 1. They'll go single file through the corner this time, but look at this, and now you're going to get some lap traffic mixed in, but that has been like a WWE Royal Rumble the whole time there. There's first, second, third, and a whole bunch of crazy going on behind them.
Yeah, with that one board to go, it's like blood in the water. All the spec racer guys are really going to try and get their last minute passes in and use that draft partner that they've been building up this entire time for that last minute move.
Down the chute they go. Cars are side by side. Hotz is where he wants to be. That's that battle. If they can get through this one clean, I'll be surprised. Well done so far. Meanwhile, Hotz is in good position to win. There is second and third, so Stern and Butt still have a battle, and then all the crazy behind them. This is the final time here. If this is any indication of what tomorrow's feature race will be like, remember, it's 20 laps. We're in for a good one. Spec Miata. Here comes the leader underneath the bridge for the final time. Stern and Butts, are they happy with where they are?
Stern's a little wide.
He was a little bit in the corner. Hotz is down the front straightaway, so Hotz will get the win, and Stern and Butts will stay second and third. And then look at this. Look how tight that is. Are you surprised that group ran the last lap clean?
A little bit. I thought there was possibly going to be some contact there down the chute, but they had a very, very good job keeping it all together, but still hard racing.
Well, and then you had some lap traffic mixed in there. So let's go through unofficial. John Hotz is your winner in the 63. David Stern finishes second in the 19. He and Butts had a wonderful race. Butts ends up in third spot. Craig Witt comes home fourth in the 104. Scott Witt in the 85 was fifth. Dylan Witt in the 84 car sixth. Then it's Kip Gaynor in the 44. Mike LaMena in the 88. Ted Cahall in the 9. And Michael Apatoff, the 21. That's your top 10. Christopher Kelly's in the 131. Michael Cohen, the 54. Bill Gartner was 13th. Then it's Kevin Conlon and Ben Foltz rounding out the top 15. Then we go up, and Oh, give me 1 second. I went through too fast. Keegan Manning in the 0016th. Sean Lemaine is 17th. Andrew Wagner 18th. Robert Cahall 19th. Rawlings round out the top 20. Griffin Witt in the 06. Michael Arendosh. Michael Ura. Anthony Toussaint in the 24th. Dominic Mandil came home 25th. Ryan Heischman in the 146. And Adam Witt.
All right, so that rounds out our first Spec Miata race of the weekend. Of course, they'll be back tomorrow as well for their feature race. Edwin, already hearing that they've given the 5-minute warning on the grid, so let's make a last call to the grid in case we've got any stragglers. Attention in the paddock, final call for race group number 5. That's Improved Touring and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Improved Touring and B-Spec, this is your final call. And so with that, we'll take a quick break. And when we come back, more racing action here from Summit Point. It is the 2025 October MARRS presented by Grand Touring Enterprises. Please stay with us.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
17 Baron AM, bringing you all the classic hits.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
And welcome. Grand Touring presents the October MARRS. It's the 2025 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing season finale here. And Deacon Greenfield joining me up here in the booth. I'm Edwin Pardue. Well, Greg's doing everything because he's being in-studio director and on mic, so we're keeping him busy here today. All right, let's go through the starting lineup. So Group 5, we have ITA, ITS, ITB. We'll give you the way they're starting here. Brian Price out of Strasburg, Virginia. In car number 1, Glenn Evans from Centerville. He's in the number 10 car. Jeffrey Lucas, the double O car out of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Joel Gambino, the West Virginia driver, in car 31. Row 3, T. Wade Herron in the 78. Chris Plucker in car number 32. And then row 4, Tom Bourne in car number 17. Jefferson, Maryland's Murphy Nichols is in the double Nichols. Starting in 9th, Peter Doan out of Medford, New Jersey in the 59. And Jay Perniti MacArthur in the 51. Scott Holman is in the 69 car. And then starting in 12th place, the 41, Giovanni Crisafulli. Carl Fossler is in the 82. The 152 is Garrett Bowser. And then Evan Hexter will go in 15th spot. He's in the 03. Richard Allen in the 44 car. He will go 16th. Deacon, so what we saw in the last race, a spec series, all the cars, presumably, as identical as you can make them.
Right.
Here, though, in improved touring, we've got a couple different improved touring classes. So we're going to see some different speeds out there in this group. Talk a little bit about those different series.
Yeah, so IT is definitely another one of those very unique classes to where we have very lightly modified cars where for example, ITA, we've got a Miata, we've got MR2, we've got a 240SX, we've got, all of the above are out there. So, we've got front wheel drive, rear wheel drive, compact hatch. I believe we have a rotary in the field as well. So there's a lot of variety out there in this group.
And this morning in qualifying, the ITA, ITS cars, they're all pretty close speedways and then a little bit back to the ITB. So we'll see a lot of interclass between those two, the ITS and ITA cars.
Yeah.
All right, pace car will come on to pit road. This is 15 laps. This is Group 5. 15 laps, getting us ready for a championship Sunday. Pace car is in. Price and Evans, both in Miatas, on the front row. Down the front straightaway, and green is in the air. It'll be Price and Evans down the front straightaway. Does anybody jump out? Try anything too crazy? Not right now. They're going to be side by side down into turn number 1. But you see, I believe that was Evans trying to get over and take that preferred line into turn number 1.
Yeah.
Oh,
go ahead, Dee.
Sorry, Greg. I was just going to say, it looks like Glenn Evans in the ITS car definitely got the jump with the extra power in ITS, but Brian Price, with the confidence on the brakes, took him down the inside and is now leading overall.
Yeah, and by the way, Brian Price is still probably no longer track record holder in ITA. When he got started almost 15 years ago, raced both in ITA and in Spec Miata in the exact same car, and took a number of ITA championships, and it set the track record here in the class, and that at the time nobody thought it would ever be broken. Very, very quick driver here in that Mazda Miata.
Records are made to be broken. Everybody single file now in turn 5 and off the carousel. We'll see the leader has opened up a little bit of a gap, but the battle on second. On back, this is the first lap for Group 5, but everybody single file right now. You get, like I say, the mix, the Mazdas, Nissan, Toyota, the Honda. You've got quite a mix, but the way the formulas are, they make them very competitive with each other.
Yes, absolutely. As we've got Brian Price now on the straight with about a 10-car gap over second place in class, Joel Gambino. So it'll definitely be a lot of work to do for Gambino to get back up there.
And by the way, let me just correct myself. Brian Price, still your track record holder in ITA, a track record that he set all the way back in 2010, almost 15 years ago, how long he's been racing in IT racing, also a former American Road Race Champions winner, and of course, Pirelli World Challenge TCB champion as well. Last couple of years, he's been devoting some time to his Touring 4 program, as well as getting his daughter Miranda, who, by the way, when Brian set this track record, I think was only 10 years old, getting her up to speed in the SSM class.
Boy, it got to the top of the hill there, and Brian Price was working on saving the race car. Was a handful there for just a little bit. So Price leads in ITA, Glenn Evans in ITS, and then your front-running ITB car right now, the 69 of Scott Holman. Here, just one lap complete, but he had a handful. The car wants to get, you get to the top of that hill there, you're turning, and the car wants to get light. That's a place where you can just, it can all go really wrong.
Yeah, indeed. As Holman now, he is your ITB leader in that yellow, they call it the taxi, the yellow Mazda Protege. And as long as it's not raining, I think we'll be okay with Scott, or as long as they don't go to a full course caution, I think we'll be okay with Scott. Those of you may remember his race in the wet over Labor Day, where we're pretty sure he didn't see a full course caution for 2 laps.
Oops.
Yeah, oops. But he's looking good so far, and he's opened up now.
He's thinking, boy, am I fast right now. Yeah.
Exactly, and he's opened up, I think, almost 25 car lengths on Carl Fossler in that red and white Porsche 924.
Right, Edwin, and going back to what you said about Brian Price getting a little loose there, that is actually a new to him chassis of the previous and currently reigning ITA champion Dan Freeman's car, who we unfortunately saw had an incident at a previous race this year. But Price acquired that car from Freeman and is now, I believe this is his first event with that chassis, and trying to see if he can chase down his own track record, I presume.
And it helps to own a body shop, which Brian, with many, many years in the auto industry and working in auto body repair, and obviously he's done a good job getting that car together. And I think less than 5 months, Freeman had his incident at the New Jersey, I think the New Jersey Devil Majors on the Thunderbolt circuit in New Jersey earlier this year.
Jeff Lucas just had a handful there. Last lap, he gathered it back in. You see him on track, but Lucas had a handful. And here is that Holman now in a battle. Yep, Holman in the bright yellow machine.
And I believe that is that that's Chris Afuli in the white and red number 41 Mazda. Oops, I'm sorry. White and red number 41 machine. We'll get them down coming into turn 1 now.
And they are Chris Afuli in the ITA car, Holman in the ITB car. And good start for Price. Now 5.5 seconds over Evans and Lucas, the 2 ITS cars, but then it's a distance back to Gambino, who's the other ITA car. Gambino in the 31 running second in ITA.
So let's take a look, and here comes Gambino now in the blue machine, just behind Jeff Lucas's ITS 240Z. But what I was looking at is a little bit further back right here. It's the battle between Peter Doan and in the green number 59 Toyota MR2 and Murphy Nichols in the blue and white and black Nissan 200 SX, or probably 240 SX. Here they are coming into turn 10 now.
Doan, nice run off of 10. Let's see that gap between Doan and Nichols. So as they go by start finish line, it's right at about 1 second.
And I believe that's T. Wade Heron in the green Mazda Miata just ahead. So that is, between those 3 drivers, the battle for 3rd position in ITA.
Yes. When you're making ground and everything, and you're trying to catch somebody, how far do you start? How close do you start getting where you say, okay, now let me start thinking about passing? When it's 2 cars that are really, really close, do you take a couple laps to try to set up a pass? Are you waiting for them to make a mistake, or just what is the track? What does the situation give you?
In a class like this with IT, you've got a lot more track space to work with. So I would say, especially watching the battle like here that we've got, you can really focus on the very next car ahead of you, because like we said before, we've got those car differences, strengths and weaknesses that everybody has to play through. So you really want to assess who you're racing against and plan for how you're going to attack and how you're going to eventually defend.
5 laps complete here. We can put our running order up on screen for you and go through the running order here. Brian Price leading the way. Glenn Evans in second. Jeff Lucas there in third. Joe Gambino and T. Wade Herron in your top 5. This is how they run overall. You'll see the class breakout to the right. T. Wade Herron, there's Peter Doan. We mentioned the bright green car. Murphy Nichols in the 55 car. And then Plucker, Bourne, and Paterniti MacArthur. That rounds out your top 10.
Looks like we might have a battle for ITS, Edwin. They're coming out of turn 2. That looks like Jeffrey Lucas and Glenn Evans side by side going into turn 3. And looks like Evans with that big power 240Z is going to power around going down.
Lucas with the 240Z getting around Glenn Evans.
Oh, yeah. Lucas, apologies.
Yeah, and that's crazy because Lucas had a oh my goodness lap a little while ago. The car got really kind of crossed up on him, so gathered it back in, and nice job to take over that spot. And he did it there coming off of 2. And that's that other piece. Like if you can stay on the outside around this long number 1, now you get up here to this corner 2, 3. Now you're all of a sudden you're on the good, but boy, it's hard to stay on the outside into turn number 1.
It is, yeah. A lot of marbles get thrown out there, and the way that the exit closes a bit, there's a big curb on the outside of turn 1 and turn 2 here at Summit that if you get on it, and can really, really hurt you and pull you out into the grass rather than help you.
And there is Lucas coming off the corner now, so that'll give that spot to Lucas. Let's see if it resets on timing and scoring, and it does. So Price leads the ITA. Lucas in second now leads ITS. And let's see if it's Holman still as your ITB leader. Indeed it is, the 69 Scott Holman ITB leader. So that's how we are now with just 9 laps to go. This one clicking through rather quickly.
Attention in the paddock, SSM racers, please start heading to the grid. SSM racers, race group number 6, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Deacon, a lot of times on these Saturdays, there's some points for the heat races, and they're important, but a lot of times the guys can use this heat race also to decide what they want to do for the car tomorrow. With weather just being a crapshoot for tomorrow, what can you take away from today that you can apply for tomorrow?
Well, it depends on what time that our rain is supposed to come down at. I know it's going to be a little bit delayed possibly. So really when it comes down to this, luckily thanks to the overcast that we're having, the temps of the track are kind of starting to come down a little bit so they can get an idea on what a cooler track can what feel like, and a bit of patchy as we have some sunlight peeking through in the clouds here. So, getting used to that patchy grip definitely helps for going the rain. But if we can go back to that battle for, I believe, P5 in ITA with Wade Herron, Peter Doan, and Murphy Nichols right on the back of that as we see them coming across our screen. There they are. Little news about Murphy. Good friend Murphy there in the 240SX. He is now a affiliate with Trackhouse Motorsports.
Motorsport, yeah.
One of the biggest Whoa, sorry. We have a big flick from Peter Doan in turn 1. Very well to
that's some
keep that
car handling.
Yes,
for you.
absolutely. But yeah, back to Murphy. Wanted to give him a shout out for getting that as now a data engineer intern there at Trackhouse Motorplex. So.
Yeah, he's been going to school down at UNC Charlotte, big motorsports engineering program down there that he's been taking advantage of. And, again, finding a job in the industry pretty much, I don't want to say outside his dorm room. I don't know if he's living in a dorm room or an apartment. But,
short commute.
Yes, and the advantage of going to school at that particular school is you do have all of these different motorsports teams, whether it be NASCAR, whether it be IMSA, right in that general area. So that's going to be a great opportunity for him in that blue, black, and white Nissan to further his career.
Well, that was fun going into turn 1 for sure. All right, 7 laps to go. Price, Lucas, Evans, your top 3, but it's Price and ITS. Lucas. And by the way, I love that 00 car of Jeffrey Lucas. It's just so cool to see that car on track. It just it's so classic. It's so just proper looking race car, and I just love to stand there and look at it as we've got a good race into turn 1, Greg.
Well, and that was the Jeff Lucas car there, along with Glenn Evans in the battle for the lead in ITS, as Lucas has not been able to extend that advantage after he got past the Glenn Evans number 10 Mazda Miata.
Meanwhile, if you're asking about Price, he's out 9-second overall lead. So the fun stuff is happening right here a little bit deeper in the pack as Price has extended that advantage. And you talked a little bit about the clouds, and they are starting to thicken up. You see them pretty good there. If you look off to the west, not quite as thick, but thickening up a little bit. Track temperature indeed will change here. And
Jeff Lucas, who we were just talking about mechanical issues, gentlemen, as he now off the pace, and Glenn Evans has managed to scoot away.
See, that's announcer's curse.
Right there. Don't hit my camera. And that is Evan Hexter in the 03 Mazda RX-7, who is pretty much right underneath our camera in a cloud of dust. Let me move to another camera here so we'll see if we can bring him up. There he is.
I think he got it stopped before he got into the tire barrier.
I agree.
Or if not, it's just a tiny little touch there.
And it looks like he's trying to back it up just a little bit. We'll see here. He's not really moving.
So that was a bunch of crazy. All at once, we had Lucas, the 00 car, have a mechanical. He will head for pit road. In fact, I think that's Lucas now.
And he's heading back to the paddock as we speak.
And now the question is, can that car of Hexter get himself out?
He hasn't moved any.
All right. Well, he just about, if he got into the tire barrier, it was just a little kiss. So that's a good news area. And that's where the gravel does its job and kind of grabs hold of the car, slows it down a little bit. And, we'll see. We might have to go get him, but we'll let the officials make official calls there.
Well, and we've got 6 laps remaining here in the race. Let me do this. Let me make another call to the grid for our very large SSM field. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for SSM. Please start heading to the grid. SSM racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. So another little fight been watching here, gentlemen. Oops, I'm sorry. Going down into turn 1 now is the fight between the ITB Porsche 924, the red and white 82 of Carl Fossler, and then the second Honda Fit that we've seen today. This is an ITB car. This is Garrett Bowser in the 152 entry, and he's been holding pretty close to the Porsche. Big differences in the suspensions now. That Porsche straight out of the 70s, but has a fully independent rear suspension, rear transaxle, and a very good weight balance. Whereas the Honda Fit, strut front and a twist beam rear suspension, much like a mid-70s Volkswagen Rabbit, to put it in perspective. And he's been able to keep that Fit very close to Carl Fossler.
And that's what's so interesting about class racing, because, Deacon, where else would you be sitting here watching the Porsche and the Honda Fit racing for position on track?
Not very many classes, Edwin. It's a very, like I said, unique class, that IT group, to be able to have such a class like a Porsche and a Honda Fit racing together. So it's one of the beauties of improved touring.
So Fossler currently second overall in ITB. Mm-hmm. And as we said, Bowser in the 152, third overall. So we're down just to 4 laps to go. And stick around, because after this one, we've got another doozy for you. So got another doozy for you coming up. Price has extended that advantage even more. And there we pick up again. That's that ITB, second and third place. That's the best battle on the track. How much does the track go away right there, Deacon, at the top of the hill there? Just that corner comes back to you, and all of a sudden you've got plenty of track drivers right, and then all of a sudden you have no track drivers right.
Yeah, that little dip in extra, obviously looking at our screen here is not super dramatic, but when you're moving through that corner at about 80 to 85 miles an hour on the exit, it does come up on you very quickly, and why you see a lot of drivers commonly dipping two wheels in there because they just can't quite keep it off from that little dip there.
Yeah, and you can see how loaded up some of these cars get, how their suspension, the car really leans over. Actually, let's go, whoops, wrong camera. Wanted to jump back because in ITA, Murphy Nichols is really starting to tighten things up with Peter Doan in the MR2. T. Wade Heron's really escaped, and just as I say that, our camera has issues, but T. Wade Heron is really cemented third place, but we'll see him here coming over to the start-finish line. Murphy Nichols now only within a half a car length of Peter Doan's Toyota MR2 as they go down the front straight.
Yeah, Greg, right as you say that, Murphy Nichols pops out from behind the MR2 and is going to go down under braking and take the inside. Really good idea. As Peter Doan gets a run around the outside, he's not going to take it lightly. Will he keep it? Not quite. That looks like an MR2 shape coming out first. So looks like if Murphy could get that pass done quickly, looks like he's got some other class traffic coming up very soon in front of him that could be tricky either to his advantage or disadvantage.
If you go in there too late and you're braking late also, you're braking late, and now the whole radius of that corner changes for you too.
Very tight entry, yeah.
Yeah, then if somebody can get a good run on the outside, they're okay, but there's a compromise when you're side by side because you're not running the corner like you naturally would. So, and it pays off for the guy on the inside if he can stay in that position.
Yeah, turn one here at Summit is shaped very uniquely as to where going down the inside is, while it is the shortest distance around, most of the time it actually favors the bold to go around the outside and carry momentum as you also get the inside back if you stay around the outside going into turn 3, as we have cars off in turn 10, Greg.
And let's see if we can pull that ticker down.
That looks like the Honda Fit.
Yeah, I believe that was the Honda Fit that went off. And we'll see as the dust clears if we can get it, as our leader now is working his last lap.
There was a second car involved in the
Here comes
incident,
your Fit
Greg.
out of it. Yep.
Looks like he is going to continue, which is great.
And we believe that the other car involved was the 31 machine of Joel Gambino, who was our ITA leader, is the call that we're getting.
Well, that was crazy. So you see the Fit coming, doing a little off-road, waiting for a spot to come back on track. So safely back on track. Meanwhile, the leader will get one to go.
Yeah, and he'll be coming under the bridge, and we apologize for the issues with the cameras here. Brian Price now coming underneath the bridge.
Yep.
Kudos to the 152 for that very graduous and very patient rejoin back onto the track.
Well, it's just waiting for a gap, and there just wasn't one, so riding the grass as long as they could. So, all right, so Price has completed 14 laps. He's been given the one to go in what had settled down to be, just kind of a typical 15-lap heat race. Got a little crazy here the last couple laps.
Speaking of crazy, I believe within all of that chaos, Murphy Nichols, I think, jumped 2 positions possibly in ITA as I do not see Peter Doan.
Yeah,
he is.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, let me get over to the correct camera. I've got lots of camera issues going down here at the moment, but and it looked like T. Wade Heron had some issues coming out of turn 10 as well, as the same time that we were tracking that Honda Fit. So we may have to wait for some of these racers to cross the start-finish line.
Yeah, and kind of see where they reshuffle, because if so, yeah, that would put Nichols up third in ITA.
All right, coming underneath the bridge now, that is Brian Price, the second car in line. And he is your overall leader as he comes onto the front straight now.
And we'll have to be patient here for the settle because this is strung out a little bit. So we'll let him come through. We will let timing and scoring reset, and then we'll give you unofficial rundown here. Deacon, that was a handful.
Yeah. Yes, it was.
So let's see who's coming by next. As they come by, we'll give you start. So there's Glenn Evans. So Brian Price in car number 1 wins overall and in ITA. Glenn Evans will be your ITS winner. He was second overall. Gambino third in the 31.
Yeah,
and
so
Nichols comes up to third in the ITA class.
Yeah, indeed. So Nichols will, or actually, so Gambino takes the win in ITA. Nichols comes to finish second as he got around T. Wade Heron. And as you said, the MR2 of Peter Doan had seemingly fallen off course. He comes through. He does take the checkered flag. He's going to finish fifth, almost 15 seconds back from T. Wade Heron. So fifth in ITA. So big changes there just in the last lap, and I think all precipitated by that issue where the Honda Fit went off at turn 10 and with that big dust cloud in the air causing lots of problems for lots of drivers.
Yeah, the only person that had it easy out there was Brian Price. He had a nice, easy win out front, but a lot of crazy behind him. So great race there. If that's any indication of what we see in improved touring tomorrow, we are in for another good one.
All right, so Giovanni Crisafulli crosses the line, and I believe he was your very last driver to take the checkered flag. So let's make a final call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 6. That's SSM. Please head to the grid. SSM racers, please head to the grid. And with that, we'll take a quick break. Be back in just a few moments with more racing action here from Summit Point Raceway. Stay with us.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits, and steering, helmets, gloves, and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
And welcome back. Grand Touring presents the October MARRS. It's the 2025 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season finale. Been a good one so far. A lot still to go this weekend. 3 more races this afternoon, a slew of races tomorrow. I'm Edwin Pardue. Deacon Greenfield jumped out of the car. He's joined us in the booth. Greg Ginsburg up here doing triple duty. He's announcing, he's directing, he's producing, he's swatting flies. Here's what's coming up next. SSM. Let's give you the starting lineup, and we'll talk about what's going to happen here. Jordan Fuhrman in the 8 car, SRFx in the 98. Colin Murchison, the 58. John Hotz is in the 63. That's your front 2 rows. Row 3, Jamison Huffman is in the 89. Minnie Terrell in the 72. I've known that guy since he was a little kid.
Oh, my. Minnie Terrell.
Scott Brunk in the 79.
Not anymore, by the way.
Ron Etzion in the 76. Benjamin Jones, the 10. And Calvin Crocker in the 123. That's your top 10. Here's row number 6, Miranda Price in the 108. Raymond Heath in the 9. Row 7. Jay Bendrum in the 88, Isaac Clark in the 86, row 8. John Maslin in the 16, Nathan Reynolds in the 95, row 9. That's Chase Kovach, the 71, James Roberts in the 6. Mark Sylvia in the 22, he'll go in 19th place, and Scott Kane, the 97, rounding out row number 10. Row 11, John Grayer in the 40, Shane Butler's in the 70. Row 12, Leanne Gesford in the 74, John Moyer in the 113, and Stephen Rollo rounds out the field in the 35. And Deacon, you were saying while we were off air that the starting order's a little jumbled up here because they didn't get a whole lot of qualifying time this morning, so some cars may be out of position.
No, unfortunately, we didn't have the qualifying this morning that we would have liked to have. The 113 of John Moyer, unfortunately, having an incident this morning, left SSM with only 1 flying lap this morning. So you're seeing, even though we've got some of our championship contenders up at the front, like Fuhrman, Chasm, and Huffman, there's still definitely some that are in the middle of the pack here that are not necessarily exactly where they would like to be. So this will be a pretty interesting race, and we should see some movement early on.
And some guys are just going to try to, as quick a lap as they can get, to sort of bank a quick lap if they can for starting position tomorrow as well. So they've got that going on.
Yeah, but we've got a big championship battle going on here in SSM coming into this final weekend. Jamison Huffman, currently your points leader with 2,175 points coming into the weekend with the allowed number of drops. Jordy Fuhrman coming in with 2,105 points. So only 100. I can't even do simple math.
70.
Only 70 points separating these two drivers. And John Hotz is only another 80 points back from there. So really very close proximity between these drivers. And as you mentioned, SRFx, Deacon, a little bit further back, a couple hundred back with 1,780 points. Now, as the pace car is on the pit lane, turning things over to Jordy Fuhrman, who is, again, running second in the championship at the moment.
Side by side, here we go. There's the green flag. Fuhrman is on the left of your picture there. Going to try to hold that inside line.
Edwin, we've got a car off left that looks like to be...
car off the pace right in the middle of the field first, and then cars going into the grass to avoid.
That's Raymond Heath, I believe.
In the 9?
Yep, and he's going to continue. I don't think he got into the wall. In fact, you see it right there. Tough start for Heath. He started 12th. You're right. It was right smack dab in the middle of the pack, but the 9 will continue. And it looked like somebody just missed the start there, and everybody kind of went crazy behind him.
So. Yeah, and they said that it was Ben Jones in the number 10 car that perhaps missed a shift, and it looked like not only did he miss a shift, just couldn't get it in gear at all. almost came to a dead stop as cars went to avoid coming down the front straight. Could have ended up a lot worse than it was, but it looks like all of our racers, including Jones, now continue.
Yeah, and I don't think Heath got into the wall at all, just kind of went off and took evasive action into the grass, kept the car rolling, spun it back around and got on track, but he is way behind everybody else here.
And you can see this big gap in the field between these two sections, essentially going back to where the number 10 car was, started in 8th position. And, our top 10 cars or so now in the first pack coming through turn 10, and then this huge chasm going back to the rest of the field.
Yeah. So here we come, Fuhrman coming down the front straightaway. And speaking of chasm, it's going to be SRFx who really lost a lot in that front group. He falls all the way back to 6th. So Fuhrman leads over Murchison. And then I say there's a big gap to the back. Let's go back real quick, Deacon. We talked about how important the starts are in these spec series because that's your best opportunity to pick up some spots. That was an opportunity there for some people to lose some spots.
Yeah, especially with a unfortunately chaotic start like that. It definitely opens the window for a little bit of confusion and a little bit of advantage taken down. As Edwin, it looks like we have a standing yellow, or now it has dropped now in turn 1, but possibly someone dragging back. We'll have to see later on. But like you said on the start there, yeah, big jumble up there. Unfortunate start for the 9 and the 10 there.
So we'll have to watch Chasm, see if he can work back through. But he lost a bunch right on the start there, falling from the front row back there to 6th spot right now, and he's in a pack of cars. There's Fuhrman, you see, has about a 5, make it 7-car length advantage. That's Colin Murchison and Huffman running nose to tail in 2nd and 3rd. So a lot to talk about here on the opening laps. This is Group 6, our SSM cars, and here comes the leader. Puts lap number 2. Deacon, that battle for 2nd on back is a really, really good race.
Yeah, great job. Oh, as we have a car going off through 10. That looks to be the 72 of Mini Terrell.
A car you know pretty well, Deacon, right?
Yeah, so that is actually the same paint job as the car that I used to race for RP Performance, but it is not the same car. Yes, but yeah. A great save from him coming through 10. It looked very controlled.
And big fight now. Battle for 2nd place. Jamison Huffman, your points leader, going side by side with Colin Murchison in the black number 58. And now joining the party there going in is Scott Brunk in the Gulf livery number 79 machine. As Huffman now, it's his championship to lose, but he needs to make up a lot of ground to get to your leader, Jordy Fuhrman.
And somebody off down at turn 1. Somebody just went straight, so a driver off to driver's left. We'll see if he's in a safe spot there. One thing to note, John Hotz, this important for tomorrow, Hotz lays down a lap of 129.298. That's a quick lap this afternoon, and that could help Hotz tomorrow when we go championship racing.
All right, the driver that is stuck in the gravel now down at turn 1, that is the 86 car of Isaac Clark, not able to get out of the gravel trap on the previous lap when we had that local caution at turn 10. That was the number 40 machine of John Grayhor. As Deacon said, he continued.
You talk about the battle for 2nd. Now it belongs to Huffman. Murchison is right there. And Deacon, look at that battle into turn 1.
Yeah, thankfully it looks like that car down in 1 has actually gotten deep enough that we don't need a flag. So they are going to fight all the way through turn 1 and 2. Jordy definitely feeling comfortable with what now appears to be a almost 10-car gap back to 2nd place, although that 2nd place is now his championship contender, Jameson Huffman, so he's going to need to stay on his toes and keep going.
Boy, Huffman, Murchison, Brunk, there you go, 5 cars, nose to tail. Fuhrman does reset fast lap now in the last lap, but the more they battle, he can just kind of get away from them. But that is 2nd through 8th place there. 2nd through 7th. And they are like a freight train through there. Fuhrman loves what he's seeing behind him.
And it's getting harder for him to see what's going on behind them. Even though Huffman is leading that 2nd pack, or, well, the big pack in the battle for 2nd here, he's constantly having to look in the rearview mirror and determine whether or not one of the drivers behind, whether it be Brunk or whether it be Murchison, in this case, Jack Murchison coming through the final corner, is going to try and line him up for a pass. And if anything, it's slowing him down a little bit there compared to Jordy Fuhrman, as Fuhrman continues to run good pace, although Colin Murchison now resetting fast lap.
All right, so that's I know part of it's the draft there, Deacon. That's funny, though, because Murchison that time took sort of an unconventional line off of 10. He was kind of to the inside a little bit, but he reset fast lap there instead of using the whole corner. And part of that, I guess, is getting the toe down the straightaway from Huffman.
Yeah, I think Colin really is now realized that the gap that they have between P1 and P2. So if I were Colin here, I would decide to sit behind an experienced SSM driver like Jameson Huffman and continue to just push him and try to work up to Jordy at the front, who does not have any help front or rear. So two cars are going to run faster than one, and it's up to them if they can catch back up to him.
That blue and orange car, Scott Brunk now, though, is all over Murchison. Here's the leader, and then second, third, fourth. So that blue and orange car right there, he was literally down the chute, just tucked up underneath of the 79 the 58 of Murchison. Here come the leader, back under the bridge. More zipping through the laps here. There'll only be 5 to go as Jordy Fuhrman in the number 8 car puts another lap on the board.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 7. That's Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please start heading to the grid. Race group 7, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please start heading to the grid.
Thought Murchison might kind of peek out that time into 1, doesn't do it. Then you see again Brunk now right there. And the more they battle, the happier Jordy Fuhrman is. So now you've got Fuhrman, then you got a little group of 3, and then there's about maybe 8 car lengths back to a second group of 3. You see them on the screen right now. So second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and then there's a big gap back to the 8th place. That's Minnie Terrell. Nice recovery from Minnie, who went off track earlier. He's now in 8th spot in the 72.
And so I wouldn't count out Scott Brunk, at least in this race. Brunk, one of the elder statesmen in Spec Miata racing and SSM racing here in the Washington, D.C. region, had started racing in Spec Miata somewhere right along the lines of, well, I hate to say it, the turn of the century, almost 25 years ago. And as you saw, I was a little surprised that he made that move going down into between turns 2 and 3 on the opening lap, which has really helped Fuhrman open up that gap. And they just have not been able to work closer to our leaders. They come out of turn 10 now.
Deacon, heat race here, not the feature race tomorrow. That big gap back to second, third. You know, if you're Huffman and Murchison, are you content to just try to work together, maybe get away from that pack and settle the race amongst yourselves? Well, we'll find out in a minute when they go into 1 how aggressive Murchison wants to be.
Yeah, exactly. And looking actually a little bit further back from there, it looks like the 98 of Chasm is going to go down the inside and pick up a place.
Nice move.
Exactly, yeah. So, but going back to Murchison, I think that that 4th place car, Brunk, is going to be a little bit of a problem for them. Looking at that gap there, it's not exactly getting smaller despite them working together. So Brunk could decide to get a little impatient and say, okay, you guys aren't making time. I'm going to make the best of it and try to get second.
And you kind of see Brunk moving to the left and moving to the right to kind of get a better sight line into some of these corners and trying to determine whether or not there is a room for him to make a move.
Well, you get a feeling also if Brunk could get by, he might drive off and leave those guys.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, he's in a bad spot being the 3rd car in that line. That being said, Fuhrman just reset the fastest lap here on the previous lap, turned in a 129.1. It was almost a half second faster than the 3 cars behind him.
It's very impressive pace, running out completely solo for Fuhrman. With now extends to, I almost got to say, a 12 to 15 car length over Murchison and Huffman. So again, just kudos to great consistent pace and still running within low 29s versus Huffman and Murchison running 29.8s.
1, 3, and 3. That's kind of the packs they run. Then you see the gap back to Terrell in 8th spot. But Brunk all over Murchison now. In fact, when they come off of that corner, you almost can't see how many cars are there. They're all tucked in so close together. Look like one big car, but Fuhrman has now 3-second advantage. And 2nd, 3rd, and 4th continue to put on a show here. We're closing in on halfway.
All right, and as we do, nice battles a little bit further back in the field. Mark Sylvia currently running 15th in the number 22 machine. Gentlemen, if you don't mind, I'm just going to jump over, show another little pack here for just a moment. Sylvia in the black number 22. He's got Nathan Reynolds in the number 95 behind. Then Chase Kovac and Jim Roberts in that yellow number 71 machine. Yellow number 6 machine. A couple car lengths back from there, but still very tight, close racing all up and down through the field. John Grayhor, who had his off a little bit earlier, he's got his hands full with Ray Seabird Heath just a little bit further back behind this field as well. As we jump back over to our leaders there, and our leader is about 10 car lengths ahead. Let's jump back over to the front straight there as Fuhrman, currently the 2nd car in line, and now Brunk takes a quick look to the inside on Murchison.
We are halfway home in this one as Brunk made a move. That's now allowed Chasm, who just now reset fast lap, the number 98 car, to get in there as well. So that 3-car battle now, Deacon, is back to a 6-car battle here.
Yeah, and looking back at our leader, I believe came up on some lap traffic there, as you can see at the top of our screen. It looked like he did get held up just a little bit, unfortunately, so you might see maybe a half second taken out of that lead deficit.
Yeah, but, as they come now down into the carousel, and you can see Huffman making that move as quickly as possible going into turn 5, it was still a pretty decent place for Fuhrman to come up on that slower car. But when you have a line of another 5 cars going into the carousel here, much more difficult. That slower car, though, it looked like he pulled aside to let everybody by.
Yeah, definitely good damage control from the 98 of Chasm for recovering from that chaotic start to now being just on the back of that pack for 2nd place. So it's anybody's race coming up to the start-finish line here.
Just how hard do you run there? You've secured yourself a good spot for tomorrow. All these cars have laid down quick laps. The big podium awards aren't till tomorrow, but again, it's a race. You're here to win. So let's see how hard Huffman, Murchison, Brunk, and Chasm. Well, here it is. There's Brunk trying to look. Chasm said, maybe if you go inside, I might take a peek outside, and they all settled back down single file. But that was interesting there, Deacon. I thought Chasm was going to try to jump to the outside when Brunk looked to the inside.
Yeah, Brunk definitely trying to get into the mind of not Jack, that's his brother, Colin Murchison.
Young Colin, yeah.
Yes, young Colin Murchison trying to play mind games in there, and it's very easy to distract the driver in front of you by just making it look like you're going for a dive there. So definitely Scott Brunk playing an aggressive race here.
Yeah, so I was going to say, Colin Murchison, 15 years old, rookie racer this year. And we said Scott Brunk's been racing for almost 25 years, and he was nowhere near close enough to make that move going into turn 1. Oops, I'm sorry, let me get back to the action here. But again, trying to upset the driver of the 58 machine, and he just didn't really buy it.
John Hotz has sort of lost that back group. Callan Crocker 6, Hotz has kind of lost. There you see that group, and then there's Hotz, the white car, coming through. So Hotz has lost a little ground to that group. So John Hotz continues in 7th. But, as soon as those guys get side by side, Hotz will close that right back up. Oh, that's good into turn number 1. Here they
Scott
come.
Brunk goes for the peak again, but he tucks back inside behind Murchison. He's peeking out a bit more. That time he got the full car. Last time was more like a half peak, but I think he's getting a little bit impatient with the two of Huffman and Murchison.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 racers, your race is next.
right as I say that, Edwin, we had a massive shuffle for second place coming out of turn 2. Looks like Murchison now to second. Scott Brunk jumped the championship leader, Jamison Huffman, into 3, and will shuffle him back to 4th.
That was all going into 1, and people were trying to pick which lane do I want to be in, and it was Huffman who got shuffled out, and short end of the stick there. So now you see Brunk up to 3rd spot, and let's see, is Huffman going to end up 4th or 5th there as they come back by? I know he lost a couple spots.
At the moment, I think Huffman is going to be 4th, although he's going to want that back.
Yep. Oh, that's great, because there's Chasm now in 5th. So let's set it for you. Jordy Fuhrman leads in number 8. Colin Murchison is 2nd. Scott Brunk, the 79, is 3rd. Mentioned Huffman, 89, is 4th. And Arif Chasm, the 98 car, is 5th. And still in the battle in that lead group, Callan Crocker in the 123, John Hotz in the 63 car. They're all nose to tail. The top 7 still in a battle here. There's only 4 laps to go.
And all the while, Jordy Fuhrman continues to expand this lead. That last time by, almost 8/10 faster than this pack of 6 cars behind him.
Yeah, he regained his difference of 3.5 seconds across the line, which he had before, but lost a little bit thanks to that traffic that he had to go through. Right on the ragged edge, though, going back on our screen there, it looked like Scott Brunk had just the tiniest bit of lockups on these Toyo tires. Comparing it to our other race earlier, SSM not being on the stickier Hoosiers that SM has, a lot trickier to find grip, especially in brake zones with the Toyos, but a lot much harder lasting and better for overall hard wheel-to-wheel racing tire.
Arif Chasm started on the front row. He's now kind of in that middle of the group there in 5th place, but Chasm still has quick lap of the race, 129.125. So not necessarily where he wants to be on the track there. Now you see Chasm going to try to take a spot, and that's trying to go by Huffman.
Looks like he's going to get the help behind from Callan Crocker in the 123.
Huffman's going to lose 2 spots into turn number 1. Oh, man, that was tough. And then once they got beside, it's almost like he kind of drug the other car with him.
Right.
And let's see, does Huffman end up losing 2 spots there, I believe? Here they are. Leader's
got a little bit more slower traffic that he's going to have to contend with. Going down the hill is now running wide. Colin Murchison.
See, you did
dropping
it too.
Yeah, I did it too. Couple wheels into the gravel as that car was leaned over, but not really anything Scott Brunk nor Jamison Huffman could do about it.
Great battle, 2nd on back. Let's see, there'll be 2 to go when Fuhrman comes back by. 2 to go. This has been a great race, 2nd on back. And I believe there's one lap car now between your leader and 2nd place Colin Murchison. They may or may not have to deal with him before it's over. We'll see the leader coming here. It'll be 2 to go this time by. There's Fuhrman. Be 2 to go. I believe that car is out of position, just a lap car. So let's reset it for you. There's Brunk in 3rd. So it's Fuhrman, Murchison, and Brunk. As Fuhrman goes by, start, finish, here comes Murchison, Brunk, Chasm, Crocker, and Huffman all the way back to 6th, and that's now brought John Hotz right back into the battle. He is still 7th. Deegan, that took a big shift down into turn 1.
Move Brunk to the inside of Murchison, Edwin, as Arif is going to be right behind him to take 3rd, and Murchison moves back another 2 spots.
Holy mackerel, what a move, Scott Brunk, and then, like I said, Chasm's right there to take advantage of it.
Looks like they are still side by side, though. Arif is not going to give it up. Possibly looked like maybe some fender-to-fender contact with Brunk. I'm not entirely sure, but it was
not
close.
contact. Chasm definitely had 2 wheels in the dirt at the apex of 2. Let's take a look as they come down through the chute.
3 wide. Wow.
That is fantastic. That is Murchison, Brunk,
It could end in tears.
And here we go. 1 car off. Is that Murchison? I believe it was. Saves the car as he gets to turn number 5. They'll be in the carousel now. Again, the leader has gotten away, but here is the battle, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And Brunk gets put together.
And And Brunk and Murchison getting together. They're going through the carousel as Brunk went through the dirt, and we'll catch here as our leader. Hopefully we'll see it coming through the final corner now. On to the front straight, Edwin. Over to you for the finish.
There is Furman. He'll get one to go here. Furman leads him, and now it has gotten crazy behind him. Furman's got a nice big gap, but Arif Chasm second. Scott Brunk has hung on to third. I don't know how Scott hung on to it with all that going on, but it's Brunk third. Huffman got back up to fourth. Hotz is third. Murchison sixth. Crocker is seventh. And they strung out a little bit now, but that was some full contact racing, Deacon.
Absolutely. And with one to go, it's not quite over yet. Furman's got to complete the lap, and he's coming up on a little bit more traffic.
So there's Furman. There's Chasm, I should say, in the red. Brunk, they've got it spread out a little bit. And then Huffman. So that's settled down a little bit. Jordy Furman just needs to tiptoe around this last, 3/4 of a lap. But this one's given us everything we expect from an SSM race. There's second and third. There's fourth. Look at fifth and sixth. That's Hotz and Murchison. Hotz in the white car, Murchison behind him. And there is half a lap to go here. They're still side by side for that one position. Furman is out in front. Here we go. The leader up the hill and under the bridge for the final time. It'll be Jordy Furman. That's not Furman. There's Furman going through some lap traffic all by himself. And now here comes the rest of the field. So let's watch him as we go. Timing and scoring. Furman will get the easy win. But what a race for everybody behind him. Arif Chasm, after a crazy race, comes back for second place. Scott Brunk, third. John Hotz comes to fourth. Then Murchison, fifth. Huffman is sixth. Calvin Crocker, seventh. I believe Minnie Terrell is going to hang on for eighth spot. All these positions unofficial. Ben Jones, the number 10 car is ninth. And Stephen Rollo, the 35 car, is 10th. Deacon, is that pretty much what you expected?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, that's the SSM, not national, the SSM regional championship for you.
Fantastic. It sets a really good story going into tomorrow's 20-lap feature.
Yeah, and it definitely puts our championship leader coming into this weekend, Jamison Huffman, on the back foot, given where he finished in it, and that contact right towards the very end. I mean, that certainly helped him a little bit, but the finish sixth, as he was up in third position or second position to his championship contender. I mean, this is probably the best possible outcome that Jordy Furman could have going into our feature race tomorrow.
Good news for Huffman. He set a pretty quick lap, so he'll start better than he finished this race, so he's still not in a bad position for tomorrow. Whew.
All right, well, we're going to take a quick break. Thanks to our partners and sponsors, but first, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Spec Racer Fords, please head to the grid. Spec Racer Fords, please head to the grid. This is your final call. So now let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Summit Point Motorsports Park, Summit Point Raceway. It's the 2025 edition of the October MARRS presented by Grand Touring Enterprises. Please stay with us.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
17 Baron AM, bringing you all the classic hits.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Fire, Belmont, Ohio.
And welcome back to the broadcast. Grand Touring presents the October MARRS. It's the 2025 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. This is the season finale, but today's not the last day. Today's qualifying and heat races. Tomorrow, feature day. We are having a great one here. I'm Edwin Pardue. Greg Ginsburg is like the man behind the curtain, pulling all the levers today. And then up in the booth with us out of Bristow, Virginia, he's the driver of the number 32 OG Racing Honda, Deacon Greenfield. Deacon, man, it's been fun having you up here today.
Thank you, Edwin. It's been fun being with you.
All right, let's go. Here's the way we're going to start this one. This is our Spec Racer Ford. All SRF3s here. Stephen Shue in the 81, and then Sam Schechter in the 55, both Maryland drivers. Theo Pepis comes to us out of New Jersey in car number 27, and then it's Brian Cates, the 21 car from Gainesville, Virginia. Row number 3, Joe Blanks is in the 74, and Keith Facer in the number 7 car. From Coon Valley, Wisconsin, that's Heil Hurlitsky, thank you, in the 50. And then Kevin Seibert in number 14. Michael Lamena in the 8 car. He'll go 9th. The 88, Petri Tavanen in 88 car goes 10th spot. Phil Ackley in the in the 11th place is car number 80. Ron Rice is in the 67. And Owen Kreminga is car number 31. 15 laps. So Deacon, another one of our Spec series, which means these cars, again, draft will be big for these guys as well.
Yeah, very big draft holes opened up with the Surfs. This is our fastest Spec group that we have today. They run low 21s and into the 20s. I believe the track record is a 19 for this car. Surfs are shaped like a wedge. They've got sequential transmissions, mid-engine Ford power plant, so very lightweight, big power to weight ratio, anyone's game.
Teammates up there up front, both out of the Surf shop. Stephen Shue in the 81. He's currently second in season-long points and starts up front here in this heat race. This is one and go. Got a lot of sun back on the track now. Temps probably about, I would say, mid-60s from where it was earlier today. And should be perfect conditions. Again, still out there where you're creating some horsepower. The air's good for that right now.
Absolutely, yeah. We've got a cool breeze going. Track feels very comfortable, so it should be a very easy race physically on our drivers out here today.
All right.
Oh, go ahead, Edwin. I was going to say notable is they're going to be coming under the bridge here in just a moment. Not making the field today, not coming out. Liam Kerper, who's your championship leader, finished 9th at the national championship runoffs just last week at Road America after having started 18th. Second in the championship at the moment, Stephen Shue, who leads the field now towards the start-finish line as the starter looks over the field. And green flags in the air, Edwin.
Here we go. Shue is to the left there, the white and green car. Schechter next to him. Sam will try to go side by side into one. Talked before started. So there's your lockup into one. But Shue still in the best spot. Boy, did you see? That's Pepes there. Tried to go to the inside. Shue protect. That might help Schechter. On the outside, here they come off the corner, and it does help Schechter. Schechter's now in the spot, and Deacon, was that Shue trying to protect a spot from Pepes? That was interesting.
Yeah, a great run behind. Definitely good defending, especially on the first lap through 3. It's very, very imperative here at Summit to on the start to make sure that you're ahead by 3, because going into this back half of the track where it's really technical is where you make most of your time away. So it's important to, if you're defending a position, to make sure you keep it going into this technical area.
Yeah, the 27 car went real inside. I think that caused Shue to react, and then Schechter got the outside line, Greg.
Yeah, and not only that, but the calls coming in from the starter stand that before the green flag came out, they saw Theo Pepes in that number 27 car move to almost the center of the track, creating almost his own row, and the call is that he had jumped the start. Now remember, the last time we saw Theo Pepes was over Labor Day weekend, where he had a pretty, we'll call it a dramatic what would they call that? A rapid disassembly of a cylinder. We see now going into turn one, Sam Schechter leading Stephen Shu. But not only the rapid disassembly of a motor going into turn 10 for Theo Pepe's over Labor Day, but pretty big fireball for his car as well. So good to see him back in a race car. I know Doggone Racing has worked very hard to get him back behind the wheel for this event. We talked about Liam Kerper, our championship leader, racing at the national championship runoffs, where he had a top 10 finish last week. Sam Schechter, our current leader here, now coming through the carousel in that blue number 55 machine, also raced at the runoffs. Perhaps not the finish he was looking for, finished 20th in I believe it was a 43 car field. But he moved up 7 positions, having started 27th.
Schechter leads Shu. There's third place Pepe's. And I got to ask Deacon. I said, Deacon, you've got to be crazy to be halfway across the country this past weekend and then being here racing this weekend as we've got a battle for the lead into turn number 1. But what kind of crazy person would do that?
Call me crazy because we did it. Yeah, a great event there at the runoffs as we see a dive bomb for the lead from Shu on Schechter. See if they keep side by side or if there'll be a change of position. Looks like they're side by side on our screen right now, and looks like the 55 is going to keep it. But yeah, going back to the runoffs, a very big trip all the way from Wisconsin back here to Summit Point, West Virginia. But, you know, it's a very special region that we race here in MARRS, so I don't see why, if your car is not a part, why not come out and race? So, yeah, definitely a great event to still be at and want to be.
Schechter hangs on to that top spot. Shu tried to take it back, couldn't do it. Pepes is there in third. Pepes has set fast lap here in this race. Then Keith Fraser and Brian Cates, your top 5 early laps in this one. Under the bridge, the leaders come. They've opened up about a 3-car length gap. Back to Pepe's in third. Let's see what Shu will do. Is he going to be content to ride in second place? You see Schechter now trying to protect a little bit to driver's right and try to force Shu to take the outside line, and that's exactly what Shu's going to do into turn 1.
Yeah, Shu using that draft from Schechter, going down into turn 1, hit the brakes hard right about the same spot. But Schechter's going to protect the inside and likely going to have the run going into turn 3.
Boy, we thought the front end of Schechter, so give a little wiggle away, but that might be all Shu needs now. Shu's got the spot. Here comes Schechter back, can't do it. So give the 81 Stephen Shu back the top spot. And Greg, when you've got to go down into turn 1, you're forced to take that outside line. You've just got to commit to it.
Yeah, you have to commit. You have to know that you're going to go deep because the driver on the inside, he essentially controls when you can turn into the corner. And, we saw Schechter wait so long on the brakes that it affected his ability to get the car rotated and turned in and gave Shu a real good run from the outside.
Brian Cates, he runs 5th in car number 21. He has set fast lap, 121.292. Again, in 5th spot, the 21 car. He sets fast lap as we have 4 laps complete. Here is the leader off turn number 10. Deacon, did Schechter learn anything there about where he might be stronger than Shu, and Shu is a little stronger than he is?
I think Schechter is really finding out how much we were talking about earlier in another group today, how running the outside here at Summit Point in turn 1, if you're side by side, can actually be the better run to the next corner. So he's going to have to hopefully learn from his opponent and make the same move to get the lead back.
Brian Cates has picked up another spot in the 21. He's the 4th and sets even a faster quick lap, 121.258. Not quite to where they were at qualifying time this morning, a little bit different track conditions, but still fastest in car number 21. He's right there 4th on your screen. You see now still in the mid-60s here. The sun's kind of played hide and seek with some of the clouds today, but right now most of the track bathed in sunshine, and we're getting some long shadows here in October in West Virginia. The leaders will complete their 5th lap next time by. There'll be 10 to go. Your top 6 cars are all together here.
Tension in the paddock, tension in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 8, Big Bore. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 8, Big Bore, our last race of the day. This is your first call to the grid.
All right, let's run you through the field. We can pull our timing and scoring up and show you where your favorite driver is racing. There's Stephen Shue in the 81 car. Schechter, he led for a little bit, but now back to second. We saw Theo Pepes with an amazing start. Some people may not say amazing, but it was interesting. Brian Cates is in number 21. He's your fastest car on track right now. Keith Fraser rounds out the top 5, and you see there the rest of your field here in our Spec Racer Fords.
Looks like Schechter had a little bit of a peak on the entry to turn 3. Some more of those mind games coming here with 10 laps to go.
Talk about how this is a community, not just the Spec Racers, but the whole group here. We talked about Pepe's having the incident earlier this year, fire on the car. Did a good thing, stopped as close as he could to the fire rescue teams here who do just an exceptional job, and they got out quickly. They really saved a race car for him, and he was disappointed when it was all said and done. But when I talked to him after the race that day, he really was. He had a smile on his face and just said, man, it could have been worse had it not been for a team all working together. And here he is right now running third with 10 laps to go. Settled down a little bit, those top 4 together, and then you go back. There's number 7, Keith Fraser and Joe Blanks. They run 5th and 6th, the blue and black car right there. In fact, now, let's see, Blanks is going to try something down the front straightaway. Again, you see a lot of these cars, Deacon, are going to, after they get to start-finish, they kind of cheat over a little bit and protect drivers right down the front straightaway. Is that because the draft is so powerful with these cars?
It can be, yeah. At a certain point, if you draft, especially with these cars having a fiberglass body, it is not always the best to do bump drafts. We've got a 2x2 going into turn 3. I believe that was Cates and Theo Pepes. But yeah, popping out. You have to be very careful with the draft on these cars. It's very quick and easy to damage these bodies.
That is a good battle. Pepes and Cates. And right now, I think Pepes is going to hang on to the spot. Shue's been able to open up less than a half second to Schechter, and then you see taking us back through the field. And boy, the shadows are starting to get long here this afternoon. Greg, from a driver's standpoint, is there any place on the track here where the sun in the evening is really a factor in the driver's eyes?
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of places. One is once you come down the chute into turn 5, going into the carousel, because the sun starts to come down and is right above the trees on the outside of the carousel. But going in there isn't so bad. It's when you have to defend coming through turn 6B, basically the end of the carousel, as you try to look in the mirrors back to see what the cars are doing behind you. You've got the sun directly behind, and that is where it's very, very difficult to see what's going on.
Got a battle up front, Deacon.
That is a change in lead position. Schechter takes Shue down the inside into turn 3 and takes the lead of this race back with 8 laps to go.
And he does it after turning the fastest lap in the session. Schechter takes the lead and resets fast lap at 120.697. That's a great lap. When I set fast lap and retake the lead in one lap, I'm doing something really, really good. And then you've got back there Pepes, Cates, Fraser, and Blanks are all running nose to tail. Great race here. We're just shy of halfway. Working off the carousel, the rest of the field. Again, we'll be at the halfway point here. Your timing and scoring, you see, that'll reset when they come back by. Just a single loop here at the track. So timing and scoring resets. Here they are off 10. You'll see your timing and scoring reset. Single loop at start finish. And there it shows your new leader, Sam Schechter over Stephen Shue. Brian Cates still hangs on to third. Pepes, Fraser, and Blanks back through 6th place, and now there's a change back there. Whoa! One car is around, and that was the blue machine. There it is. The light blue machine. Saw him start to wiggle a little bit and just went off screen and may have had a little help there, Greg, it looks like.
And I think that was the 7 of Keith Frazier, possibly, that we just saw go around. We'll get the number on that from race control here momentarily. But indeed, that was pretty dramatic. And where he went off, drivers left towards, he made it to the gravel trap. Because the big fear there is Armco just to the left on the front straight. You know, they don't give you a lot of runoff room on straightaways at racetracks, but he was able to keep clear, and I think he's made it out to the gravel trap.
Hey, is that a situation where somebody just tried a late move and just too late?
It looked to be more a question of actually some brake lock up there.
Yeah, Greg, I was just about to mention that that move that was going down to the inside was a very late pop, and it appeared maybe some of that wind draft and, you know, popping out of that big pocket behind the car and then getting immediately on the brakes, I think really just upset it, and he, you know, just went left and then went right and then went left again and lost the rear going in.
So let me reset the field. Sam Schechter leads in the 55, Shu second, and there you see your top five. Brian Cates in the 21, Theo Pepes is back to fourth in 27, Joe Blanks in the 74. Now, here's one thing that's going to change this race. That's a great passing zone. You can't pass down there now, Greg. That's a no-go zone.
Yeah, indeed. That's going to take away a huge opportunity. Really go and limit the number of places where you can make the pass. You're going to have an opportunity here as Stephen Shu tries to, and he has somewhat of the same issue there. Maybe got a little bit too close to Sam Schechter. Had to get hard on the binders. Big brake lockup going in the 5. And you're going to have the issue there, or have the opportunity to pass there. The other opportunity, maybe to the inside of turn 6 coming through the carousel. And we saw the pass made a couple times during the Club Ford race this morning, right here coming into turn 10.
And we're going to do a hot pull down there in 1. They want to get that car, Fraser, out of the way so they can indeed race there into turn number 1. Now, I don't see the double yellow. They've got it covered with a white.
The local caution out there. The white flag's being displayed to let racers know that they've got emergency services vehicles, slower moving vehicles on the racetrack. And that is for that. That's why that white flag is out there, because the emergency services teams are out there, but just being covered by the local caution down at turn 1.
So lets them know you're not racing here, but once you get past that, you're at the next station, away you go. Now, once they're past, they're free to go. So Schechter and Shu can do it. Oh, man, Brian Cates used all the racetrack and then some, and it's getting tense up there. Deacon, how hard is that when you're racing for a position and you know there's something on track? You've got to check up in a certain area and then gather it back in from a racing standpoint.
It is very difficult, especially from these lower slung cars where you're sitting in a formula position, so your head doesn't really see as far over, especially if you're in a train pack like we have here for the leaders. So that's why we have our great flaggers and volunteers all out giving our racers communication, and everyone being safe enough to continue and get as many green flag laps as we can.
There's only 4 laps to go in this one. 4 laps to go.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 8. That's Big Bore. Please start heading to the grid. Big Bore racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
I love what they're doing. They're actually just simply pulling the car back, getting it out of the way, as now Shu resets fast lap and takes another peek at Schechter. Is he going to get it done, Deacon?
He's not going to get it done going into 3. I actually was watching that battle. They dropped the yellow while they're doing the hot pull.
Yeah.
Shu tried to go down the inside.
They were side by side, exactly, Deacon. And and I was looking for the same thing, and that yellow flag that got pulled down right at it. And of course, in SCCA racing, Edwin, you don't have to wait to the next corner station. As soon as you pass the incident, you're good. But with that yellow flag being withdrawn, they went door to door, side pod to side pod into turn 1.
We've got a good race here. It's going to be 3 to go when the leaders come under that bridge and back to start finish. There they are. They deal with the lap car. Schechter leads. Shu in his tire tracks. Cates there in 3rd spot. Shu, fastest driver of the race so far. He'll be in the tire tracks of the 55 across start finish. There you see the other cars working a piece of lap traffic, the top 5 all together. Here's Shu to the inside. Deacon, does he have him this time?
Well, it's game on now as our incident, thanks to our emergency workers, is now fully cleared, and Frazier continued around the racetrack. It looks like Schechter is going to pull out of turn 2, still in the lead there.
Boy, Shu had the line into 1, and Schechter regained it.
Yeah,
that was a big surprise for me because as Shu came underneath, it looked like he managed to keep the rear of that car directly in front of Sam Schechter, not giving Schechter an opportunity to either do an over-under or to shoot around the outside. And somehow Sam Schechter managed to get around that white and green number 81.
Oh, big lockup going into turn 5 for Theo Pepes. And the car wiggled on him. He saved it, but Pepes with a heck of a save there. And we're closing in. It'll be 2 to go this time by Deacon. That looked like Shu had it done for sure. That was a great piece of driving by Schechter, but there's a couple more tries here before it's over. In fact, now look where Shu is. That's a space you wouldn't expect him. Looking to the outside, coming to turn number 10. Not a spot you would expect somebody to try it.
Yeah, and our pack behind now 3, 4, and 5, as it looks like we've got a car popping out, and Shu's going to go back down to the inside there, as seeing on your screen now. He's going to try it again, and will Schechter roll around the outside? Yes, he does. Looks like turn 1 and 2 on the outside line has all the grip today.
Yeah, Shu is trying to... He's trying so hard to get to the inside. He loses so much momentum there that Schechter's able to drive on the outside. And all of this now has let the 27 of Theo Pepes come right back into it.
Up. I was just going to say that Pepes is definitely closing things down. Now, the one thing with Shu is as he goes and he tries these moves to the inside on Sam Schechter going into turn number 1, he's really compromising his entry as he's entering from almost all the way to the white line, all the way to the inside. And Schechter, who's trying to take a normal entry into that corner, is leaving almost half a track width for Shu to essentially hang himself.
Yeah, and just he changes the entire radius of the corner. All right, we saw something here last time by where Shu was driver's left up the hill, but this time now Schechter's got a gap. Schechter's opening it up a little bit here as they now 1 lap to go in this.
All right, and the starter pointing to the 1 to go board on the front side of the starter stand. 2 miles, 10 turns remaining as our racers now, Sam Schechter and Stephen Shu, your top 2, head into turn 1.
Shu with a more traditional line that time, and you're exactly right, because there's been so much racing on the outside there. They've built up a pretty sticky part of the track. You can get a good bite on the outside right now.
Yeah, Shu is just a bit too far back to take advantage of it right now, but there is still plenty of opportunity to get a great draft lap and build right up to the back coming to the line.
There's a few more passing spots. Down the hill here, he's within 3 car lengths. This is the final lap. Spec Racer. These are the Spec Racer Fords, and they are nose to tail here down the chute. Here we come off the carousel. Couple opportunities here, but you want to get a good run here, and I don't know if Shu's close enough to do it now. He's lost several car lengths because he could make a run off of 9, but he's back maybe 3 or 4 car lengths. Pepes is right there now in 3rd place. Here we come. Up the hill, we head for the bridge the final time. Schechter is in a good spot right now. Shu going to have to settle for 2nd. Pepes looks like he will hang on for 3rd. And what a race. Schechter, Shu in the 81. Pepes in the 27. Brian Cates, he finishes 4th in the 21. Joe Blanks, number 74 car, he rounds out your top 5. Michael Lemena finishes in 6th in the 80 car. Kyle Herlitsky, number 50, is 7th. And then it's the 88 car, Petri Otavanian in 8th place. Kevin Silbert, he finishes 9th. And then Phil Ackley rounds out the top 10. Ron Rice, the 67 car, is 11th. And then Owen Kreminga and Keith Frazier, who we saw down in the gravel earlier. Gentlemen, that was fun. That was a great race right there. And you saw Shu try a bunch of different things. He got pretty creative there, Deacon, trying to get past.
Yeah, and Schechter making the point on that last lap across the line. Ran his fastest lap of the race, but just less than a 10th away from Steven Shu's best lap. So Steven Shu should still have the pole for tomorrow.
Good stuff. That was fun, Greg. We got one more to go before the day's over.
Indeed we do. But before we do that, first let me make a call to get them to the grid, and then we're going to take a commercial break. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call for race group 8. Big Bore Racers, please head to the grid. Big Bore Racers, this is your final call to the grid. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with our final race of the afternoon here from Summit Point. It's a 2025 October MARRS presented by Grand Touring Enterprises. Please stay with us.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits and steering, helmets, gloves and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
And welcome back to our broadcast. Grand Touring presents the October MARRS. It's the 2025 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season finale, but today's not the last day. Today, we're just getting started. I'm Edwin Pardue. Deacon Greenfield is here. Greg Ginsburg is here. We got our final race of the day, 15 laps, big bore. Let's tell you who is where. You see Devin Mistak in the 17 car. Corey Markovitz then in the 18. Andrew Mistak in the 88. And we will ride in that 88 car. That is a view. Kaz Musmar in the 71. David Smith, the 47. Andrej Balank in the 69. Alec Mazel, the 61. Mike Herbert in the 62. Deacon, when we have the onboard shot, it gives us a little idea of what's going on, but it gives us no comparison to being in there with the lateral G's, the up and down, but at least gives us a little bit of an idea.
Absolutely, yeah. Great view, especially there, being that this is our biggest horsepower class. So you really see how that camera is shaking around and with all the torque and just pushing it upwards of, I believe these cars can get somewhere up to 160 miles per hour here.
I was going to say somewhere around 160, 170 miles an hour. Now, it does look like Kaz Musmar, who had a mechanical issue during the bracket race earlier today. Doesn't look like he made the field, but otherwise, I mean, this should be a great run in GT2 as we've got Devin Mistak, Corey Markovitz in the Porsche, and then Andrew Mistak in his GT2 Chevy Camaro, all battling it out for class, and then of course, David Smith in that third gen or C3 Corvette, your sole T1 or GT1 racer, Andre Balanc. Good to have him back in his ITE Chevy Corvette, and unfortunately, only a single American sedan racer today, and that's Alec Mazel. As we've got now Corey Markovitz on the pole, it looks like Devin Mistak going to be starting at the very back of the field today, as taking the green and starting from the outside of the front row, getting a good jump, is Andrew Mistak in the black and red number 88 Belmont Classic car Chevy Camaro.
Do not blink. It's only 15 laps of these cars. The fast ones running in the 116, 117 bracket. So 15 laps click off rather quickly here. And I see a standing yellow already in one. Let's go for a ride. Andrew Mistak in the number 88, the driver out of Belmont, Ohio, in that Camaro. Down we go into the chute and then set up for the left-hander in turn number 5. Why am I doing this? Deacon, take us for a lap with the 88 car.
Yeah, turning in, little bit of just brake input as we go through turn 6 here. Really want to ride out to the exit of 7, bring it to the right side of 8 so you get that good rotation here, and slam it back to the right in 9. Make sure you get to the inside. All the way powering into turn 10, 110, 115, 20. Can we get 130 maybe?
Well, let's see. Yeah, we should pick up right here in turn 10 as he goes down all the way to 85, 86. Deacon, you're in the CRX, probably apexing at about the same speed there through turn 10 in your Honda CRX, but this is going to be the number we want to see. Look at this. Greg, I think Mistak's got a problem.
Yeah, going a lot slower on the front straight than we just saw. The Porsche powered straight around. Unfortunate, as Mistak had a very good start with all that extra V8 torque over the Porsche, getting out to an early lead.
And that shows you the incredible closing speed difference. That Porsche went by like a rocket ship. Now, Mistak is still there and not back up to full pace, but still on track. So not sure what happened there.
I'm just wondering if perhaps he was just trying to get some heat in the equipment and just kind of easing into things. It's interesting, because Markovitz in that Porsche, he's in the same class, but seemingly, if you watch their social media, I think Andrew Mistak's whole raison d'etre is to beat his son, Devin.
Yeah, right. And we're getting some reports from the ground. Might have been a misshift from Mistak, apparently right there on the front straight. There was some fire out of the exhaust just before start-finish, so possibly a mistake could end this race early.
Engine builders love that. Hey, let me go back to the in-car and ask you for a question real quick. Deacon, because you've done, we get the view in-car, but you've also done a lot of sim racing, which is huge right now.
Yeah.
But when you got to the track and you got into a car, what was it that you learned in the car that you couldn't learn doing the sim racing?
I would definitely say the biggest thing was really feeling, in these high-speed corners, especially like turn 10. That was something that I came to learn was really feeling out. When you hit those brakes, it's really easy to hit the brakes and just turn in the sim, and the car just turns. But here in real life, you've got varying weather. You've got even varying grip in terms of other outside conditions that can't always be controlled. So definitely feeling those forces and applying it really is the big difference between what we have, which is impeccable sim racing now versus real life.
Yeah, it's so close. You have everything but the actual physical movement and the physics of it. But boy, you can learn so much. There's the leader off turn number 10, and Mistack still second place. So
sounds like he's running on all 8.
Yeah,
so I would say he's back to power.
Yeah, when he went down the front straight the last time by, he was up to, I think, around 145 miles an hour. That it looks like if he did miss a shift, maybe it didn't hurt the motor there. Of course, those GT2 cars with sequential transmissions, would seem somewhat odd that he would have missed a shift. But we're also getting word now that one of our drivers had an issue down at turn 5.
Sounds like it was the 61, the A sedan car.
And he has now continued as we go over to turn 5 as Markovits comes down, and you see that area, that local yellow has been withdrawn.
And Mistack's got to be fine in the 88. He just reset fast lap down in the right at 117.5. So good news for him. No short-term damage there, and he's back up to speed, setting fast lap on the 3rd lap of the race.
All right. Yeah, good.
Oh, sorry Deacon. Talking about the other Mistack, Edwin there, Devin Mistack, I believe, rolled off the grid last in 7th and is now up to 3rd. Not too far behind the other Mistack GT2 Camaros. A very impressive start for Devin.
We'll get the family battle here in just a little bit.
Yeah,
Corey Markovits in the 18 leads the way out of Martinsburg, West Virginia. Again, his best lap, a 117.4, but not even close. About a second off from what he did earlier this morning.
Yeah, as we're watching Andre Blanc now in his ITE Chevy Corvette. And sole ITE driver here today. In our other classes, just a single T2 machine, the BMW M240i that we saw a little bit earlier today during our bracket races. The red BMW, that is Mike Herbert. Alec Maisel, as we talked about, had some challenges down at turn 5 in his American sedan Mustang, as he's gotten that car back underway. And now our leader, Corey Markovits, coming up on the GT1 Chevy Corvette of David Smith, and there's Maisel. Looks like Maisel is definitely off the pace.
There's a car around.
No.
And that's David Smith, the GT1 Corvette, the C3 Corvette, as he loops the car in that grass between the entrance to the pit lane and turn 10.
Does that was under braking there? It almost looked maybe he had put a tire off driver's left.
That's what I was thinking.
He had a tire off left and then right in the braking zone. And it's a tough part to turn around because it's a little blind over the hill. Put your turn signal on. All right, he's able to continue.
There we go.
But that was weird, Deacon, because he came up there just sort of at that braking zone, but it looked like also maybe he had 2 tires off.
Yeah, Edwin, going back to our leaders there, the GT2 Porsche came up on the A sedan Mustang, going a lot slower than what these GT2 cars are able to do. That gap drastically closed from Mistack, so now bring Mistack back into the fight for the lead.
And let's keep an eye on that 61 car. Thought maybe a little bit of smoke off that 61, so just keep an eye. Yeah, here he is. Let's see. definitely off pace. And he looked all red. No, still a little bit of smoke there. So we'll keep an eye on him for you.
But interesting though, watching that car come through, he's still lifting tires, lifting front tires as he gets on the throttle, going through. And now look at this.
Side by side for the lead. We were 3 wide passing the M240i.
All right, let's check as they come down into turn 1. We saw great straight line speed from the Porsche and perhaps an advantage getting off the corners with that rear engine on the Porsche as it kind of hunkers down and gets grip coming through turns 1 and 2, but he's set up in good position going into turn 3 from the inside.
He's going to roll the outside of turn 2. It's got the grip today.
So Mistack actually led the lap at start finish, but couldn't complete it. And
look at that.
Let's go for a ride. So there it is. Porsche in front. The Chevy, that's the Camaro. And boy,
nice save.
That was that buy me a new driver's suit right there moment as they're in the carousel. Mistack going to look to the right, boy, all over him.
This is a great fight.
Let's see what kind of run he can get off of turn 9 here.
And remember, this is the place where this camera has some issues with cell service, but we'll see because it's probably going to freeze right about here. There you go. As he comes through the corner, not so bad. But Markovitz, when he came down into turn 5, you could tell he feels like he's under pressure as he got onto the throttle and the rear end just stepped out on him here as he is definitely running a very defensive game. But he had here just a couple car lengths coming down into turn 1. Mistack not really in a position to challenge down into turn 1.
And two cars that you drive completely different based on the type of cars they are, and to run that close together, that's exceptional because Markovitz had gotten away, made a mistake or two. Now Mistack is right there. He'll go down the chute. And Deacon, where's the best place that the big Camaro can get by?
I've got to say the front straight. We saw that we saw that start on the green flag, how Mistack was able to pull out almost a car and a half length straight away. So, I believe Mistack's car is going to be heavier than the Porsche, but it's going to have the torque. So, but it's up to the GT2 Porsche to be able to make the time in the corners. You can see it already pulling out another car and a half of length there going into 10.
Yeah, but one of the things that Mistack is doing is he's trying to square off some of these corners, try to get the car, and I mean, this is something that you would do with a heavier car, although this tube frame car, not that heavy. I don't think the Porsche has that much of a weight advantage on that GT2 car, but you want to try and get the kind of diamond off these corners, get the car straightened up so that you can get on the throttle while you're not still in the middle of a turn and don't have to worry about the rear end stepping out on you. Something that Markovitz and the Porsche has not been doing. And again, we see that down at the bottom of the course.
Mistack drove it hard. It kind of bit. It's almost like he didn't use all the track there. And it started to go sideways on him early, but Mistack is getting it done. He resets fast lap 116.336. Quicker than he's done all day today. Deacon, what was that issue there as they came up the hill with Mistack?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of our other classes today dipping into the gravel there. With these high-power cars, very, very easy to light the rear, and it doesn't help having all those pebbles underneath. So, it could be just Mistack was trying to peek to the inside of the Porsche and try to get in a straight line as soon as possible rather than get out to that gravel. So, it's just the nature of a big power car like that.
Fun to watch. They'll deal with some out-of-class traffic into turn number 1. They get that done pretty efficiently.
And we'll get back to turn 1. There we go.
There they are. About a 3-4 car length between first and second spot. I believe that was our vet that took a spin for us a little bit earlier.
Yeah, that was David Smith, who just reset his personal best lap there. But again, these GT2 cars thankfully ran up onto him at the right place on the front straight going into turn 1. All 3 drivers handled it with aplomb.
I told you not to blink because next time by, there'll only be 5 laps to go. Remember, this is the season finale, but today is not the final day. We come back tomorrow, and we have 9 races for you tomorrow. We'll tell you about tomorrow's schedule before we go off the air here in just a little bit. But busy day tomorrow. Deacon, you're going to kick things off in the morning. You're the first group of the day. I asked you if you had the wet tires. You've got them if you need them. Do you want them?
I do want them. I'm going to be doing a rain dance tonight. Being that, like we were talking about earlier, where out of the nature of some of these classes where we can play to strengths and weaknesses with different cars, the rain would definitely suit what we've got a little better there. So, if it rains, I hope it pours.
Yeah, you're right in the middle of the battle for the lead. You are in the driver's seat as we see Markovic still holding off Mistak. Mistak dropped fast lap even lower now, 116.225. They crest the hill. They'll head down the chute. And those cars, quick cars setting up for the tight turn number 5. Like we've said several times, once you get through this carousel, you just start pouring on the coal all the way to your braking zone. You don't even treat that little left-hander there. You don't even treat it like a corner, do you, Deacon?
Are you talking about turn 7?
Right there, yeah.
Yeah, right there, right where they're going through. I would say with these guys, it's probably quite a big lift with all the weight that they're carrying. But in a lower horsepower car, that's definitely a flat-out left-hander.
Oh, and here we go as they come up on the slower American sedan car. And for a moment there, Mistak was the meat in the sandwich coming into turn 10.
He's going to pop out, Greg.
Boy, you're in the driver's seat once again. If you're joining us on the stream, you got a great view. If you're listening here on track on the PA, be sure you go back and pick up the YouTube. And you saw that car get a little unstable under braking into turn 1.
Yeah, hard to beat those Porsche brakes. Something like the car like that is very well known for is its strong braking. We definitely saw some smoke there out of the back of Mistak's car from those tires.
So 3 to go next time by. Boy, they caught that out-of-class traffic just at the either the right time or the wrong time, depending on what you were hoping for. Into turn number 5 they go.
And they're going to be coming up on the T2 car of Herbert here in just a moment at, again, a very difficult place for these faster cars in a spot where it is very twisty.
Oh, contact.
And contact is Mistak pushes his way through and around Corey Markovic as they came up on that slower traffic.
Excuse me, I will take the lead now. I appreciate it. Yeah, that was aggressive there where they came up on that lap car, and now that gives a huge lead back to Andrew Mistak in the 88. If there wasn't contact, I don't think you could put a piece of paper between them. It was very, very close now with only, 3 laps to go.
Yeah, I think that just came down to an unlucky placement with all the weight that these cars carry into a corner like that. It's very hard to bring it down to the inside there, and I just don't think the Porsche had it set up to go to the inside of the BMW, and Mistak, being behind, might have seen that a little early, so he went to the inside and it just it closed.
Well, Greg, you said they're going to catch that car in a less than ideal place on the racetrack.
Well, it was certainly ideal for Andrew Mistak as he pushed his car underneath, and again, that's kind of the MO here, as Mistak has been taking very late entries to corners and has been able to square the car up. Now doesn't really need to as much. He can carry a little more speed, but he's been very strategic in the way he's positioned this car over the course of this entire race.
When they come back by the line, be 2 to go. We'll see now, does Markovic really try to get back into that spot right now? It looks like he's going to be happy to ride there in second. Be interesting to hear the conversation between those two guys after the race.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to be an impound for that.
So 2 to go here. It's Mistak in the 88. You see Markovic, the 18. Devin Mistak in third spot. Your top 3, as next time by, will be our final. All of those top 3, you see, that's another thing I meant to mention earlier. You see the different colors around their numbers? That shows you the different classes they're running. So your top 3 are all GT2 cars running for position overall and for position in class.
And there we go. There's the class identifier, Blanc and ITE. Herbert in Touring 2. And then we've got David Smith in GT1, Alec Maisel in American Sedan, all with different colors on that ticker, which we'll get back to in just a moment.
Beautiful ride. You can see the fall colors. It's that time of the year. And long shadows this time of the day up the hill. We'll go under the bridge. We'll look for that one to go board as he comes off turn number 10 and sets his sights on the start stand.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've been looking at that starter stand from the back side all day long. Let's take a look at it from the front. And it looks like just a big dark blur.
But we're watching it from the driver that leads. Let's take him around for the final time into turn number 1. You see the gap is now maybe 8 car lengths. How hard will the number 18 car push it for the final time? Looks like he's going to be happy to tuck into second place. You see, we stay here for a second, so you see that huge gap back to Devin Mistack.
Yes.
In fact, it's now opened up to about 40 seconds, I believe. And so the leaders will go down the chute for the final time today. There is your leader, Andrew Mistack.
As a matter of fact, Devin Mistack now just coming out of turn 10 onto the front straight. So almost a half lap separating the third place runner in GT2 from our race leader.
There's your front 2. Beautiful shot there with the sun kind of low on the horizon behind him. Gives you a great idea. Almost you can see a little bit more of the undulation of the racetrack there with that angle of the sun. We'll look for the leader. Under the bridge for the final time. Here he is, Andrew Mistack. Let's ride along with him as he takes us to the finish line to take out this 15-lap heat win. I see the checkered flag.
And there it is.
The 18 of the GT2 Porsche, Corey Markovitz, sets fast lap on the last lap with the chance to take the pole back at a 16.082.
Boy, that's a fast lap at the end of the day. 1:16.082. So you got Mistack and Markovitz. Devin Mistack, the 17 car, will be third. Andrew Blanc in the 69 car, fourth. Mike Herbert is fifth in the 62. David Smith, he had a wild day, but the car's in good place. Yep, there he is. He's coming around for his final lap. That could have gone less than perfect for him. There is Devin Mistack. And he'll go by start-finish, so officially they're in third.
You know, and the starter stand also displaying the white flag for a slow-moving vehicle, and I'm looking to see, again, if there are any emergency services vehicles out on track between the starter stand and turn 1. I don't see any, well, they apparently feel there's something out there. Maybe it's for a deer. Who knows?
I do not know. All right, so there's Maisel by. So everybody has seen the checkered flag. But yeah, that was a good race for David Smith, the 47, because what could have been a very, very crazy event ended up being pretty easy. We got a busy day tomorrow. I got to get my beauty sleep.
We do, and Deacon Greenfield will be joining us again tomorrow, so he says, and
yes.
We expect you to be here, young man.
I'll be back.
All right, so we start off tomorrow morning at 8:40 a.m. It's feature race day here at the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, where we're going to have our 20-lap feature races, MARRS races, for groups 1 and 2, and then the first of 2 10-lap sprint races for the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. We'll finish up the morning with 2 more feature race groups for MARRS, and then 4 more races remain after lunch. The second bracket race, and then 3 remaining MARRS races will conclude the 2025 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season.
And for a lot of these guys, this is the last time on track for the season. Some may go run a few other things, but this is one where if you're going to leave it on the table, it's a good one to leave it all on the table.
Indeed. All right, so that is going to wrap things up for our first day of coverage here from the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series from Summit Point Raceway. I want to thank, of course, Deacon Greenfield, Edwin Pardue. Of course, I am Greg Ginsburg, and please make sure to join us tomorrow for the final day of coverage here from Summit Point. Have a great night, everybody.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits, and steering, helmets, gloves, and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items